like to welcome everyone for the December 6th, 2022 Virginia Marine Resources Commission meeting. I'd like to begin with Pledge of Allegiance from Mr. France and invocation by Mr. Tanker. So I'll turn and face the flag.
Let us pray. As we gather today for the final commission meeting of the year, we ask for your grace to act with responsibility and courage. Stewardship of our natural resources is not an easy task. We are thankful for the steadfast work of our dedicated staff. Their diligent efforts make this day possible. This citizen commission represents our Commonwealth's commitment to democratic norms that allow all of the Commonwealth's citizens to be heard. Finally, we ask that you watch over the safety of our brave Marine police as they monitor the cold winter waters of our bays, rivers, and tributaries. For this, we pray. Amen. Amen.
Welcome, everyone. As you can see, we have a full house here today. Well, I can't help it, you can't hear. We'll try to speak up best we can, sir. Don't wave your hand. This is not a firehouse meeting, by the way. When I'm speaking, and you got commission members, you want to wave your hand, we'll replace you with somebody outside. We're going to show respect to each other in this room today. Anybody does not, no second chances. We've already had an incident this morning. It's not going to happen again. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you the one warning you're going to get, and it's right now. That being said, welcome to our meeting. Pat, I think we have approval of agenda on here. We have some amendments we have to make to the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. And thank you for everybody coming out today. And in response to the large turnout we have, we don't want these people sitting around for a couple hours before we get to some of our other work. So we want to move item 5, which is public hearing, proposed amendment to Chapter 4 VSC pertaining to Atlantic Menhaden to modify person, area, and time restrictions. We want to move that. We want to do that immediately. We want to do this right now. So we want to move that right after we approve the minutes. And then public hearing on pertaining to Menhaden to establish reciprocating quota transfer systems. We want to move that to the afternoon. That's more of just an administrative change.
And here, back here.
Who was that said that? Where's he at? Escort him out. Escort him out. Give me another one.
I'm probably the loudest person in this room, so I apologize if you can't hear me in the back of the room. We want to move that to the afternoon because all it is an administrative change. We're just changing, we're just continuing something, so we don't want to continue that during, we want to move that to the afternoon, so we want to move that just after item 8. So, and we're going to take all the Menhaden public comments this morning after my presentation.
So we have a request to amend the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion made by Mr. France, seconded by Mr. Bransom. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, agenda carries as amended. All right, so at this time, we will swear in. Oh, actually, we've got to approve the minutes from last meeting. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from commission members or staff from the October 25th, 2022 commission meeting? Any corrections, deletions need to be made? That being said, matters before the commission. Mr. Tanker.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
I second it. Seconded by Mr. Headley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? And it's carried. All right, now, all those that will be testifying, VMRC staff and VIM staff, they'll be speaking or present testimony today. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, now on to the first item here. We get situated. So before we get going on the Menhaden, that's the item we got up before us now. I wanted to clear the record for a couple of things. There was some questions in some previous meetings about our staff's ability to handle Menhaden. We've had some public comment, and So I did some research of my own, make sure you guys knew, because some of you were here that questioned our ability to handle it. So that being said, the two people we have on fisheries staff to manage Menhaden are Pat Gear and Shannon Matson. And they both have an extensive history of working with Menhaden and working in fisheries, not only in Virginia, but on the eastern seaboard, Georgia, and other states as well. When I went to ASMSC and had a conversation with the members up there and their staff and scientists, they said the three smartest people they've met about Menhaden, one of them was Shannon Matson. So we're very thankful to have Shannon. So for all of you that are wondering, she's a member of the TAC committee, that actually Technical Advisory Committee for Menhaden. She's been living Menhaden for a very long time. She's the single most expert I know about managing Menhaden. That being said, I now turn the floor over to the Secretary.
And I'll try to speak up. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Not usually the loudest speaker, so I will do my best today. I appreciate it. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone behind me. Luckily, you get to look at my back for the next few minutes. Thank you, Commissioner Green. Thank you to the Commission for allowing me some time to speak today. As Commissioner Green has detailed, you're about to consider a proposed area and time restrictions, regulations to the commercial Menhaden purse seine fishery. Many of you are probably questioning why I am here today, why the administration, why the governor got involved in this issue, and why we did not listen to the countless commentators warning of involvement in an issue where there was potentially no winning. I've been told in the past it's rare for a secretary to come down to commission meetings, and even more uncommon to ask to speak to the commission on an issue. Personally, I wanted the opportunity to first say to each of you, the public here today, and the many others watching along, that the past 10 months in holding this job has been the opportunity of a lifetime. This issue and the management of the Menhaden fishery in the Chesapeake Bay has been a key part of it. Over the past 10 months, I've had more meetings, calls, emails, and long discussions on this issue than a majority of all the other issues in our Secretariat combined. I'm not necessarily saying all of these were easy or I would like the trend to continue for the next few years while I have the opportunity to serve Virginia, but I am telling you this to ensure each of you that you know that I have personally and this administration has taken this issue seriously, because we can tell is an important issue to countless Virginians. And as we have also seen this year, it's an important issue to many outside the Commonwealth looking on to what we do. From recreational anglers pursuing rockfish and other staples, the charter captains wanting to ensure their clients are successful in the Bay, the beachgoers enjoying Virginia's coast and state parks, the residents of the Eastern Shore that base their livelihood on the water in the Bay, and our commercial fishermen who support a critical Virginia industry. All of these stakeholders know the issue, they see the issue, they live the issue every day, the good and the bad. Over this past year, I've met and heard from folks from the Eastern Shore to the Northern Neck to Virginia Beach and pretty far inland in Virginia as well, many of which I notice are here today, and I'm thankful for that. Whether it's groups like the VSSA that represent thousands of anglers, or some of the very people who have devoted their careers to commercial operations. I've not turned down any meetings with those that have an impact here today in Virginia, and I will continue to do that. I got to hear a good discussion earlier this week while up in Roanoke about what makes Virginia exceptional. So much of it is in our natural resources, our land, our water, our mountains and our fields, and our farms and our forests. People come and go, politicians come and go, issues come and go, but if we do our jobs right, the systems built of and on these natural resources will endure, and the Chesapeake Bay is right at the center of it. The Bay is one of the things that makes Virginia, Virginia. It forms the backbone of our quality of life, our way of life, and our economy. But we must recognize that we are merely stewards of this resource. And as stewards, we have a constitutional, moral, and economic imperative to preserve and protect them for future generations. This is the framing from which the governor, this administration, and I have approached this issue, ensuring that we are good stewards of the Bay and its resources. Doing so will ensure the Bay will continue to provide the economics, recreation, and environmental benefits that are critical to Virginia and what make Virginia exceptional. With this framing in mind, we've worked with all stakeholders this year and recognize there's an opportunity for common sense solutions that can move us forward. Forward, not backwards and not status quo, forward. I know forward can have different meanings to everyone, so I just want to quickly lay out what it means to me and this administration. As I've already said, every single stakeholder on this issue is involved because it means something to them, whether that be personal, economic, or purely because they just love the thrill of debate of a small, oily fish. Understanding this meaning is important because in the end, when you take out the extremes, you're left with views that are really not that different. We all want a better Bay. We want the health of the Menhaden fishery to continue to improve. We want, and this is something that you'll hear from the governor every day, Virginia to be the best place to live, to work, to raise a family, and to fish. Understanding each of these can be done while continuing to recognize all the stakeholders have a role. Everyone has common sense solutions, solutions that continue to protect the Bay, the value of our sport fishing and recreational opportunities, that reduce user conflicts on the water and spills on the Bay, that build transparency in operations, and that recognize that commercial operations have a right to be in the Bay. We can take this step forward today in this direction. The proposal that you have before you today is an attempt to show you what a potential step forward could look like for your consideration and discussion. Based off historical engagement on this issue, the expertise of VMRC staff that Jamie just talked about, and my experience engaging with every sector and every type of stakeholder, even the angry ones that somehow got my cell phone number and use it like a complaint line, there are a few common themes in this step forward. We can agree that there might be ideal times and places where commercial operations for the fishery are not ideal. This recognizes the other users of the Bay, the importance of our beaches, and the critical role that some of these estuary areas play in the Bay in supporting the growth and vitality of other species. The proposal that staff will detail after I stop talking, and I will soon, I promise, tries to capture this common agreement and move us forward. I know there will be a lively discussion on the proposal, and many here today have thoughts that will be shared, and we welcome it. That discussion is welcome, and it will continue to be welcomed by the administration. But we feel it's important to take a step forward today to show that progress can be accomplished and that we recognize that there are common sense solutions available to us. On a final note, I want to be clear that it is not the intention of this administration to look at the issues related to the Chesapeake Bay in solo or isolation. It is important that we acknowledge the larger task in front of us, ensuring that we are making progress in improving the Bay. Making progress, improving the Bay. This is something that impacts every single person in this room, especially all those who rely on the Bay, whether it be for recreation or commercial use. I want to commit to everyone here today that this administration, our secretariat, and this agency will continue to work day in and day out, making meaningful progress towards improving water quality and the health of the Bay. Part of this is meeting the Commonwealth's water quality goals. Virginia has made real progress over the year in improving the health of our Bay, and while reaching water quality goals is a statewide effort, many people in this room have played a significant role, and they will continue to play a significant role. But the fact remains we have much more to do. However, this does not mean that we have taken our foot off the gas. Every day, this administration is working with folks upstream, our agricultural operations, our cities, our developers, to ensure they are doing their part, we're doing our part in the administration, and that the state provides support to these efforts. While you hear a lot of discussion about increased funding going to ag cost share programs and best management practices, this does not mean that we're ignoring other efforts that can be done right here in the Bay. In the coming days, weeks, and months, you'll hear about many other efforts, many coming out of this agency, that can also have a significant impact on the health on the Bay, improve habitat, and improve our fisheries for all. Whether it's tackling problems with invasive species like blue catfish that decimate everything in sight, or ensuring we can quickly and efficiently improve our shorelines and create new habitat. There are efforts that need full engagement from a wide variety of stakeholders, similar to the ones that are here today, with potential positive results that will impact and help all users of the Bay. This is me and the administration making a call for assistance in these efforts. From each of you on the commission, from each of the people here in this room, and everyone standing outside, and everyone watching online, everyone has a role that they can play, and we are all in on this comprehensive approach to improve the Bay for all. Because in the end, since so much relies on the Bay and the Commonwealth, we know a better Bay means sustainable economic opportunity here in Virginia for all. Really, we see this proposal today as just one element of a bigger, comprehensive Bay effort that this administration is committed to and will continue to be committed to. Again, thank you for the time that you've allowed me to speak today, and thank you for consideration of this proposal, and something that we really believe represents a common sense step forward, a step forward that will be good for the Bay, good for the Commonwealth, and good for all users. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir, Secretary Boyles, for those words of wisdom, and I greatly appreciate it. I think it struck home with a lot of us. I mean, me and my staff, nobody who goes into fisheries management does it to get rich. We do it because we have a passion for fisheries, and I will say that about all my staff. I mean, they all have a strong passion. We're dedicated to the job we do, and we do the very best we can. Okay. Where's my, oh, there it is. Okay, up there. Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay. Okay, you can all see that now?
Yes, sir.
And I will try to speak a little louder if anybody can't hear me. Today we're all here in this room to hear a public hearing on a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-1270-10 pertaining to Atlantic Menhaden to modify purse seine area and time prohibitions to include, 1, any waters of the Commonwealth Chesapeake Bay and the City of Virginia Beach within 1 nautical mile from the Meanlow waterline. 2, 1/2 nautical mile on either side of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And 3, the Commonwealth's waters of the Chesapeake Bay the Thursday prior to and through Memorial Day, July 1st through July 7th, and the Thursday prior to and through Labor Day. And the purpose of these amendments is to limit or reduce future fish spill instances while also reducing user conflict. Just from the looks of what we have in this room today, we know that this has been an issue. I mean, it's Commissioner Green and I have been working diligently on this issue for the last 6 months. Back in June, a national organization working with some of our local fishing groups put in a petition to the governor's office to request that reduction fleet from Menhaden be removed from the bay. And some of the rationales are shown here. I'm not going to discuss any of the rationales, and the only rationales I'm going to talk about are fish spills resulting from dead fish and user conflicts. Those are the issues we're talking about. They will address both the purse seine reduction fleet and the purse seine bait fleet. They are the same gears we manage in this state. We manage on gear type, and as a result, those gears have to be considered. It's the same gear. The only difference between those sectors of the fishery is the outcome of the product when they land it. So we have to consider both those. Any changes would be reflective for both sectors of the fishery. For Menhaden. Just real quickly, we've had a number of net tears in the purse seine this year that resulted in fish spills. A lot of press this year on it. Politicians were getting involved. We were involved, on the Eastern Shore and everywhere else. There was one on or around July 1st on Silver Beach. We don't know exactly when. We saw that the fish were washing up on shore July 3rd and July 4th. which was the weekend, so we assumed it happened either Thursday, Friday prior to that. And the fish were littering the beach July 4th weekend on Eastern Shore and Silver Beach. On July 5th, that afternoon, that same day, I got a call in the afternoon from Andy Hall, who works at Omega Protein. He's their coordinator, saying, "Pat, we have a fish spill." I said, "Yeah, I've already gotten a call about that this morning." He goes, "No, this just happened a few minutes ago." So there's another spill in the same area. And, Ocean Harvesters, who were the vessels that work with Omega Protein, they were the responsible party. Omega, when they had the spill, they took responsibility for it, and the fish started washing up on shore. They called their contractor to clean it up, and it was an estimated just under 20,000 menhaden. This received a lot of press because the dumpster sat at the site for a fairly long time because of conflicts with getting rid of biological refuge from the different municipalities' landfills. So it sat there for a while, and it was hot. You can imagine what it was like over there. So we started getting a lot of politicians calling us up, legislators calling up, what's going on with this. On July 25th, we got another call from Andy Hall saying that they had a spill just east of the cement ships at Kipta Pete State Park. And as I quote, the captain said it was more than a few red drum were in the net. As they were pumping out the net, they were almost done pumping it out. He noticed red drum in the bottom of the net, and he rolled the net trying to get those fish out, hopefully they would survive. Andy called me 6 a.m. the next morning and said they're washing ashore. Okay, so immediately they had their response team go out. The fleet stopped fishing for 2 days to clean those fish up. So all the vessels were involved with it. There was an estimated 6,700 pounds of menhaden, and it was an estimated 12,000 pounds of red drum that occurred. We were trying to make the best of a bad situation by getting biological samples on these fish. So Ethan Simpson on my staff, along with our aging group, had the daunting task of going up to Reedville and try to work up fish that had been dead for 2 days in 100-degree heat that weren't on ice. And they were gallantly worked up 25 of those fish with the average size 48 inches with a range of just under 43 to just up to 54 inches, an average weight about 45.5 pounds, ranging from about just under 32 to 56 pounds. And we've aged these fish, so the only information we were able to get off these fish was length and pull the otoliths to take ages because they were too far gone to do anything else. And so far, the oldest aged fish was 49 years old. 13 of those fish were above the citation minimum. So these were large spawning red drum. I think this was an isolated situation. Talking to folks, they haven't seen this happen before. Those red drum were probably feeding on the menhaden, the school. They were on the bottom, and the spotters didn't see it when they pulled in the net, but it did happen. Fish were littering the beaches, affecting people's ability to use those beaches, and raised a lot of concern. And so, and as a result, we beefed up our efforts with Commissioner Green and Secretary Voyle and the governor's office to decide what we were going to do, and that's the result of what we're here for today. Some of the factors that may cause these fish spills is the depth of the water. What happens sometimes if the net drifts or drags into shallow water, the net might snag on an obstruction on the bottom, or they may get sand or sediment in it, and they may tear the net as well. Or the size of the school. If the school is too large, the weight might tear the net as well. Why and how fish wash ashore, it's all based on wind and current. Andy knew exactly that those fish were washing ashore the day that July 25th, the wind was blowing 20 miles an hour from the southwest. Those fish were washing ashore, and they knew they were going to be washing ashore. So depending on where you are and where that spill occurs, it depends on the wind. And it depends on tides as well and the distance from shore. So further from shore, the less likely a spill is going to come ashore at that point. These are just some photographs, excuse me, from that Mr. Deal from Omega Protein provided at our commission meeting last July of 2021. And it basically shows, let me get this to work. Okay, maybe not. It shows the purse seine off on the right and how that works, where they basically encircle the catch, and then they pull in the lead line, and What happens then is they end up in a situation, I don't know what it's, on the lower right where the two purse seine boats come back together. And when they're at that point, their ability to maneuver is very limited. And then the mothership comes alongside and they tie up to it and they start pumping out the menhaden. And that's what you see in the lower left. And that's, when they start doing that, they have no ability to maneuver. And so if the tides are strong or the currents are strong, the wind, they can drift into shallow water and that net can get snagged on the bottom and tear. Off in the upper left on the photograph is an anchor that they snagged on previously and it now sits outside the headquarters, the Omega Protein headquarters in Reedsville. As far as spill reports, we document every time we get a phone call about a spill, not just menhaden, any spill, a fish kill, a dumping of any of that kind, we try to investigate it. The information that we try to collect is latitude, longitude, the date and the time, the circumstances, the estimated number of fish, the vessel name, the vessel captain, wind and tide conditions. And the reason why we need this is if we're going to investigate it, we want to make sure we can go to that site and actually see what's going on. If Omega Protein is the responsible party, they will monitor the situation and deploy the cleanup teams, which they had to do twice this year. We contact law enforcement, they're made aware of it as well. And Andy Hall from Omega Protein will give me, I'm the contact for that, daily updates. And we store this information. We've been storing it since 2018 in a database of all our fish spills and fish kills that we have. And since 2008, we've had 24 instances of spills, fish kills, and dumping of fish that have been reported and verified. That's an important part. 17 of those are confirmed spills from purse seines. And I'm going to start on this. Let's look at the map first. The map shows all the spills that have occurred since 2008. The red dots are from purse seines. The size of the dot is the magnitude of the spill. If it's in blue, it's an unknown. We're not sure what the source was. The green dots are the public beaches along the shore going from Silver Beach to Cape Charles to Kipta Peak, and then down around Buckrow and Fort Monroe here, and then down into Norfolk and Virginia Beach. And you can see that the spills that we had this year, the circled ones, in Silver Beach, there were 2 spills that occurred there that we had. Those are the 2 that occurred up there on July 1st and July 5th. And then the one that we had off of Kipta Peak on July 25th that occurred there. There was another one that was making the rounds on social media that said on August 30th saying, oh, there's dead fish, there's another spill out here. I got some reports. Some folks called me up about it, and I said, well, I need that information. I can't just go by a photograph. We're not going to send we can't send a crew out there to look at something, and we don't even know, they couldn't even tell us that the photograph was, just 2 photographs we received. I said, I need more information, and I never got any more information. So that would be considered an unverified spill because we don't know anything else about it. And the top table on here shows the purse seine spills, and it shows the year, the number of spills for each year, and if it's a missing amount, it means that we did not have the amount. The amount was not reported to us. But if you look at the average column under the total, the average spill is about 100,000 fish. So, and these spills range from anything, 5,000 fish up to 300,000 fish. We had a 300,000 fish spill in 2021. And the lower table just shows the category for each one. So by year, in 2020, we had, under the purse seine spills, we had 3 in the reduction fleet, and we had 1 in the bait industry. We've had 1 dump. A kill can be something that's due to a chemical or some kind of a spill. It could be sewage or it could be a chemical spill. And we do have a bunch of unknown ones. In many cases, when we do have a spill, if it makes the press, one of the ones we had this year, we were getting calls from Kingsmill saying that, oh, the fish kill is up here too. No, it was probably some other source. It's like it could have been a crabber dumping, the last of his bait for the day or something like that. But usually when we do have a spill that makes the news, we start getting more calls. Oh, well, let me go back a second. Just to verify, like I said, 24 verified events. 17 of those a spill. On average, is 3.4 per seine spills per year. That's about 1.16 spills per 1,000 net sets. And the total amount that occurs is about 0.06% of the Virginia Menhaden quota. So it's a small amount, but it's still. These spills, when these fish come ashore, it's an issue. As one of the commenters said, if you're a tree cutter, if you cut trees for a living, and you cut 1,000 trees, for every tree you cut down, one is going to fall on their house, you're probably going to lose business on that. When it comes ashore, it's going to be an issue. And we're sympathetic with the Eastern Shore and the other places where they come ashore in the summertime. It affects people's enjoyment, and it affects the local economy for tourist dollars like that. And so we understand that, and we want to address that. So as I said, this is the shoreline buffer. The purpose of it is to reduce fish spills by moving the purse seine further offshore into deeper water. I already mentioned the rationale for it, and what we're proposing is a proposed harvest of menhaden purse seine 1 nautical mile in the Chesapeake Bay, and in all the waters of Chesapeake Bay and waters of the Commonwealth to 1 nautical mile. And this is what that buffer. Well, let me say this one first. The data we're going to be using for this is the Captain's Daily Fishing Reports, or the CDFRs. These are data sheets that are used by the industry, both the bait and the reduction fleet, to record every single net set that they have. So I don't know how well you can read that, but they take the starting time, the ending time. They have the amount of fish. I can't show that because that data is confidential. And we say it means it's confidential. We have something called the Rule of 3 that we have to follow. And this is from the National Marine Fisheries Service as well as Atlantic Coastal Cooperative Statistics Program. If there's less than 3 entities in that fishery, we cannot release that information to the public. It becomes confidential. Because if there's 2 and I'm one of them, and somebody releases the total amount, I know what my competitor caught or made last year. So we're not allowed to release that information. But it also provides latitude, longitude. It's a wealth of information. This information is provided to the NOAA NIMS lab, and they provide it to us electronically for the reduction fleet. What we had to do for this exercise, we had to go through the data sheets that we had for the bait industry and enter these we had to go enter these ourselves. So the data sets we're looking at is 2016 through 2020 for the reduction fleet, and for the bait fleet, it's 2018 through 2022. Okay, and here's the buffer as it appears. It's the mean low waters out to 1 nautical mile. It's the coastal shores of the Chesapeake Bay, excluding islands. This was not in the evaluation. The proposal that's being put forth does not include the area around Tangier and Watts Island, and we're going to address that in the regulation. When I show the regulation later, there'll be a little comment about that. It's year-round, and the buffer prohibits fishing in an area, but in that area. But fish activity can still go on outside that area in the bay or in the ocean. And this is a graphic that I've seen plenty of times on the social media so far since I presented it at MMAC. It's showing the buffer, which is in pink. The demarcation line between the bay and the ocean is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The green dots on here are the reduction fleet effort. And the blue dots are the reduction fleet effort within the buffer. The red dots are the bait fishing effort over the time period 2018 through 2022. And the teal dots are the bait that's within the buffers itself. And I have it spelled out there. So the reduction fleet, it's 359 net sets out of 5,531, or 6.49% of the bay effort is occurring in these buffers. And for the bait, it's 5.44%. Combining these two, it's 383 net sets out of, or 6.41% of the total bay effort. When you include Virginia Beach, it starts including all the Atlantic Ocean sets as well. It's 389 sets out of 14,789 sets that we evaluated. Effort is being displaced. It's not prohibited. Fishing can still occur elsewhere. Okay. Moving on to the Chesapeake Bay Caution Buffer Zone. We've had a number of conflicts between the purse seine fleet and recreational anglers in the area around Chesapeake Bay Tunnel in the past. It's an area popular for anglers. It's a structure that supports a number of species. Some confrontations have been somewhat serious, raised concerns. And as a result, after discussing this with our Menhaden Management Advisory Committee, we started an outreach program to report all conflicts, marine conflicts, starting in 2021. This was not just Menhaden related, it was anything. So if you were at a boat ramp and had an issue with somebody, you can call our dispatcher and they provide the information. There was a suggestion we do an app for this. An app would not have worked because somebody could do that on their phone, not providing any information. If you call a dispatcher, you're creating a complaint with a law enforcement officer that will be documented and investigated. You have to provide your name, number, and address and contact information as far as that's concerned. And this basically just shows, off to the right, shows what one of those incident reports look like. And prior to instilling this outreach program, from 2012 to 2020, I asked law enforcement to give me any dispatch that you have related to Menhaden. They only had 11 events. And since then, we've had 20. In the last 2 years, we've had 20 calls in, some of them related to interactions, complaints against recreational anglers, some against complaints about commercial fishermen. Most of them are related to fish spills or fish kills. So. And the purpose of this is to reduce user conflict in heavily traversed areas where there may be a conflict concerns. And what we're suggesting is prohibit the harvest of Menhaden by purseine a half nautical mile on each side of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And if you look at this, these purple lines, it's a caution area, which appear on all NOAA charts already. So it seemed as a logical choice to make it 1 nautical mile because it's there. If you have a charter on your GPS, you can see these areas already. Note F on one of the maps talks about the Chesapeake Bay and tides and currents and how they're strong, and says maneuvering in close proximity to the bridge tunnel complex is discouraged. So if we have vessels that have limited maneuverability, it's probably wise to move them a little bit further away from the bridge structure. And this basically shows the effort that occurred in that area. Those green dots, again, are the reduction fleet. The blue dots are the reduction fleet that occurred within the buffer. There's 56 net sets in that area. There were no bait. There was no bait effort in this area. It's 0.38% of the total effort. And like I said, there's no bait effort in that area. And this just shows all the proposed buffers. So the bay, the western shore, the eastern shore, excluding the Tangier and Watts Island areas, and the displaced effort that will occur. It doesn't mean they can't fish. They just can't fish in those areas, and that effort will have to go somewhere else. So it's 6.41% of the bay effort, and overall 3.01% of the total effort. Okay. Some of these proposals are MMAC, or Menhaden Management Advisory Committee, was formed when the General Assembly gave us the authority in March of 2020. They created this committee and said that it can have up to 12 members, 7 of which have to be from specific areas, one from the reduction fleet, one from the bait, one from labor, a recreational fisherman, a saltwater industry, the technical representative to ASMFC, who's Shannon Madsen, and there's one more I'm forgetting. Huh? NGO, I'm sorry, an NGO. Chris Moore would be very upset with me. The NGO, conservationists. And then we have another 3 members on that committee as well. Thank you, Dr. Latour. I appreciate that. And these are some of the issues that they raised. And I just want to point out the ones that are bold, the ones that they raised in the past that we're addressing today. Mr. Atkinson from VISA, proposed a 1-mile safety buffer around the Chesapeake Bay. We didn't do that at the time, but we started that outreach reporting program. He proposed a reduction, fishery spills go against accountability. We didn't do that. We started looking at wanton waste and restitution regulations. This is not a wanton waste issue. Wanton waste is when you deliberately are dumping something. It's used mostly in hunting. I can't find any examples where it's done in fishing. We put that on the table to look at some of these other issues as well. And then he did put in a proposal to have from May 15th to September 15th to avoid move them 1 mile offshore, public beaches to prevent any spills, and we took no action at the time. So, some of the things that were brought forth to MAC we've already considered, and these options that were being proposed today are somewhat similar, but with some variations as well. Moving on to the bay closures during holidays, and the purpose of this is that if we have a spill that occurs over a holiday and washing up on the beach, it's going to have it's going to be an issue to tourists, people not being able to use the beach. If we had 300,000 fish wash up on Virginia Beach July 4th, we'd be having a different discussion today, quite frankly. But the rationale is when we close, if these beaches are closed or they can't be used because there's dead fish on the beach, it's going to affect the summer tourist season and economics. And we're proposing a 5-day period around Memorial Day, a 7-day period around July 4th, and a 5-day around Labor Day. And Memorial Day and Labor Day is before the holiday, so it's like, they're not allowed. They're not going to be able to fish Thursday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday before the holiday because those spills don't come ashore immediately. It could take 1 to 3 days to come ashore. So, by putting these restrictions that they're not allowed to fish in the bay on those days, it may prevent spills from washing ashore. It won't prevent spills, but it might prevent them from coming ashore. And this just gives a scenario for 2023. By regulation, paragraph 28-2.2-410 describes the season for Menhaden, and it's open in the bay from the first Monday in May until the third Friday in November, which is May 1st through November 17th, and it's 201 days. In the ocean, it's the same first Monday in May until the Friday prior to Christmas, which for 2023 will be May 1st through December 22nd, 236 days. So the holidays total for Memorial Day will be May 25th through the 29th. July 4th will be the 1st through the 7th, and Labor Day will be August 31st to 9/4. And the calendar off the right, the days in gray are when the bay is open. In green is when only the ocean is open, east of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And the red is when the proposal is for closing purse seine fishing in the bay. And the bold and circled number is the actual holiday that we were talking about. Okay. Overall, it's 17 days total, which is 8.46% of the 2003 bay season. So we're closing the season for 7 days. There'll be 17 days where the fleet will not be allowed to fish in the bay. And overall, this is about 6.9% of the bay effort will have to be displaced, and during that time, will have to be fished only in the ocean. Okay. Now moving on to regulatory amendments. These are the amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 1270-10 pertaining to Atlantic menhaden, are to prohibit the harvest of menhaden by purse seine under the following temporal and spatial circumstances. With item 1, we're including this new term in here. That's why it's in red, to exclude the islands of the Chesapeake Bay. That wasn't the intent. The intent was not to have those areas in the regulation. And then again, the 1 nautical mile around Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and then the holidays that we just talked about. And I'm just going to go through the regulation real quick and what's going to be changed. In Section 4, Section 30 of the regulation, which addresses total allowable landings for menhaden, allocation, accountability, overages, restrictions, closures, state-to-state transfers, and transfers between sectors. We're deleting Section E, and we're going to move that to a new section. Is all we're going to do there. So the preceding subsections will be reordered. So subsections F through H will now be E through G, and those are pages 3 through 4 in your regulation. And then Section 25, which is the main part of the regulation, it's a new section. It's purse seine area, time, and gear restrictions. And we took that Section E and moved it here, and now it's subsection A. And it shall be, and it reads as, it shall be unlawful for any person to take or catch menhaden using purse seine nets except in accordance with season, area, and gear restrictions as set forth in paragraphs 28.2-409 and 28.2-410 of the Code of Virginia and this regulation. So we just added that little term, and this regulation. And Section B is where we define the areas, subsection B, and it shall be unlawful for any person to set, fish, or retrieve purse seine nets in the following areas. So if you're setting, if you're retrieving, if you drift into these areas, you'd be in violation of this regulation. One is any waters of the Commonwealth Chesapeake Bay, excluding the islands of the Chesapeake Bay, which is the new thing we're asking you to consider, and the city of Virginia Beach within 1 nautical mile from the mean low water line. And 2, any waters of the Chesapeake Bay within 1/2 nautical mile of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And 3, any waters of the Commonwealth within the Chesapeake Bay the Thursday prior to and through Memorial Day, July 1st through July 7th, and Thursday prior to and through Labor Day. And this is on page 7 of the regulation. And the last portion of this is subsection C, and it says, any vessel operator observed violating any of the restrictions set forth in this section may be summoned before the commission. And the commission is defined as Commissioner Green, my group in fisheries, the fisheries division. It could be law enforcement, or it could be for this board. It's the bit, if there is a violation, let them know that we're going to bring them in. We want to talk to them, ask them some questions, and because we are serious about this, and we want to let the captains know that, if you're a vessel captain and this occurs with you, you should probably plan on having an appointment with us to come in and speak with us. And that's on page 7 of the regulation. Our Menhaden Management Advisory Committee met on November 28th, and these are just some of the comments. They would have liked to have seen more transparency in this process, so they could create a more functional and direct response to fish spills. Some of them were aware of it, some of them didn't find out until the public notice came out. Members were split pretty evenly between whether the proposals were overly restrictive versus not doing enough. Some requested a 2 nautical mile shoreline buffer and around both the shoreline and the Chesapeake Bay. As far as the holiday closures, the reductions, somebody in the reduction sector said, there'd be lost revenue. But in a sense, it's not. They could still fish. They just can't fish in those areas. And they said, well, what if we can't fish out in the ocean those days? Well, it's the summertime. The weather is probably better. There's probably less chance of that. But the effort is being moved in that case. It's not being restricted. It's being effort can occur elsewhere. And restricting the bait sector season typically ends by the end of September. So by taking 17 days out, it's shortening the season even more, and that's basically because of market. And then the public comments, we received a whole lot of public comments. It's about that thick. About 50% of it came from 2 individuals. We had a total of 65 comments. We had form letters in the form of the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership petition, which they provided to the commission back in last commission meeting. There were 9,194 signatures. Just over 50% of those signatures were from Virginia residents based on the zip codes that they provided in the petition. There were about 69 duplicate records. About half of those were from Virginia residents. There was another form letter from, which was a prohibit menhaden reduction fishing in the bay. And that's what the petition was, to prohibit the menhaden reduction fishing in the bay. And there was a second one, to save menhaden jobs, which was done all by basically text messaging, and then basically just putting in your address, and it sends a letter to the commissioner. And that started on, that should be 11:30, not 11:20. We received 6 emails, and they wanted to have a vote no to the proposal that would kill blue-collar jobs in Reedville. Overall, when you count up all of them, we had 32 supportive of what we were doing, 14 were opposed. Other people provided comments, not particularly to the actual proposals, but they mentioned other things. And there were nine comments that said they want it moved out of the bay. And it was 10 general comments where we really couldn't fit them into a category because they were saying a lot of different things, so and not really getting to the point. But overall, we had 65 comments. So the regulatory amendments, I'm going to read this for the official record. These proposed amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 20-1270-10 pertaining to Atlantic menhaden are to prohibit the harvest of menhaden by purse seine under the following temporal and spatial circumstances. In any of the waters of the Commonwealth of Chesapeake Bay, excluding all the islands of the Chesapeake Bay, that's the new section, the new portion we're asking you to consider, and the city of Virginia Beach within 1 nautical mile from the mean low water line, 2, any waters of the Commonwealth within 1/2 nautical mile of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and 3, any waters of the Commonwealth within the Chesapeake Bay the Thursday prior to and through Memorial Day, July 1st through July 7th, and the Thursday prior to through Labor Day. Okay. And before we take any questions, we want to bring up Dr. Latour. Commissioner Green, thank you very much for the kind words about me and Shanna. Shanna is much better with Menhaden than I am. I've just had the dubious honor of sitting on the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, both for Georgia and for Virginia now on Menhaden. But Shanna certainly is an expert, and Dr. Rob Latour from VIMS is certainly an expert as well, and we want to have him come up here and give a few comments, and then we'll take questions. Okay? Thank you. Rob, you have the floor.
Doctor, make sure speaking to speakers best you can so people can hear you.
Good morning, Commissioner Green, members of VMRC. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Robert Latour. I'm a professor of marine science at the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, and I've been there since 2000. Naively, I got involved in the Menhaden issues early on in my career, 2001, 2, and 3, and in that time frame, and I've been studying and working in that capacity since. Most relevant probably is I served as the Commonwealth's Technical Committee member to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Atlantic Menhaden Advisory Board from 2006 to 2020. In my capacity there, I was contributing to over 7 of the coastwide assessments, of conducting independent research. I was advising students, educating the public, and was significantly involved in the effort to move Menhaden management from a single species context to an ecosystem context. Chief Gear gave an overview of MMAC. Since 2020, I've been the chair of the MMAC committee. We admittedly are new, as are you, to the Menhaden controversies and chronicles, and we started under the lockdown scenario of COVID, so it was difficult to get people together to have meetings, to develop protocols and policies, but we have made progress, as Chief Gear indicated. We met in this room last Monday evening to discuss the proposed regulations before you. As you heard some of the comments, there was mixed responses, but admittedly we didn't have a great deal of time to deliberate about them, and I think the overarching feeling was a bit of disappointment that we weren't able to engage more fully. From that point of view, I'll say the fisheries literature is replete with examples, case studies, clear avenues on how best practices should evolve with respect to developing management regulations, albeit proposed. Whether they are adopted or not is a different matter. And it almost always starts with a diverse group like we have, where all stakeholders are represented, and we work through the challenges of discussing the pros and cons and wisdom and lack of wisdom on different ideas, and vet that through so that it is a process by which everyone can buy into. So I just want to raise that for your attention. Moving forward, we are a good group. I'm pleased with the composition. I think it's a collegial group, willing to work together, and we're here to serve as we move forward. More broadly, as a member of VIMS, I also have a duty to provide advisory service to you all. And so I thought I would just give a bit of an overview, high-level perspective on the Menhaden industry, the infrastructure, the science as it pertains to sustainability, and some of the concepts that have been raised in the public comment sections. On the one hand, Menhaden landings have been monitored longer than any other resource on the East Coast. The landings go back to 1955 with a high degree of comfortability. In that respect, it's great. And what we've seen, the performance of the fishery from 1955 to the present time is a tremendous reduction in the infrastructure. And in the 1950s, there were 25 reduction plants scattered from Maine to Florida, well over 125 vessels in the fleet. And as you know now, we simply have one reduction plant in Reedville with 7 to 10 or maybe 12 at most vessels in the fleet. So with that contraction in the industry, there's been a contraction in the landings and the removals. Coastwide landings peaked at 700,000 metric tons. That's an awesomely big number. But in the last several years, they've been hovering around 200, maybe 180, 225, so less than 50% of what they were in the heyday. And a lot has happened to the things that depend on Menhaden in that time frame, right? Striped bass have been overfished and recovered. maybe overfished again, maybe recovering again. There's been changes in other fish populations that respond to menhaden, respond to other things. The single most important thing to take away here is that there's very rarely a single smoking gun for any of the observations that we see. It's a very complicated system. The Chesapeake Bay is an open system. It exchanges with the ocean. And it's very difficult to understand exactly the causal linkages of things that we might say make good sense from a correlation perspective. You've heard a lot about localized depletion. I will say for the record, I do not believe we can show that that has happened, and we do not have the data to show that that has happened. There are three things that you need. One is an estimate of abundance in the bay, a residence time of those fish in the bay, and movements between the bay and the near coastal zone. And all three of those things are absent from the data sources that are available to us. So any comments regarding localized depletion, in my opinion, are speculative at best. It remains an open question. It's certainly worth studying, but it is far from well understood at this point. Last comments on some of the scale and some of the numbers I think people have a hard time wrapping their head around. So one of the things that's happened with the management system since about 2007, there's been an overt treatment of Atlantic menhaden from an ecosystem perspective by ASMFC. In 2007, the Bay Cap was initiated, and it was, although not initiated from a scientific study, it was initiated out of deference to protecting Atlantic menhaden for their ecological role. Admittedly, the cap was set at previous year's average landings, but since that time, it's been reduced twice to a point where it's half of what it initially was. Again, giving deference to the ecological role of Atlantic menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay. In 2012 was the first coast-wide cap initiated, and that has oscillated based on scientific input that have come from the assessments. Mind you, the fishery has been operating for 150 years, and in earnest, management hasn't really taken effect except for the last 20. So 55,000 metric tons being removed from the bay is a big number. That's over 100 million pounds. That's a really big number. But if you look at the coast-wide assessment of biomass, it places the resource at 3 million metric tons. So you're comparing 200,000 to 3 million. It's a small fraction. From the productivity point of view, an age 3 average menhaden female will spawn one spawn every 7.5 days for almost 6 months. Over that period of time, over 3 million eggs will be released. If we think about replacement theory, right? The average American family, 2 parents, 2 kids, they've replaced themselves but done nothing more. If we assume 99.9% of those eggs do not manifest into age 3 fish, that is the fraction that make it is 0.001, that single fish has created 3,200 more menhaden. Over the lifetime of that animal, it's over 12,000. It is an unbelievably productive animal. An age 3 menhaden is twice the reproductive output of a 10-year-old striped bass. I mean, these are just facts that we've observed through scientific inquiry. And it is likely this productivity that supports the massive numbers that we talk about when we think of metric tons of removals, thousands and hundreds of thousands of them. The coastwide stock is extremely healthy. By all accounts, if this were the result for any other resource on the East Coast or West Coast or in the world, we'd be celebrating. The results are very, very positive. I understand the concerns of the public. I applaud their passion. I applaud their involvement. I think we need this. There's lots to learn. By no means have we chased every scientific inquiry down with complete comprehensive understanding. But right now, moving forward, best available science places the resource in a great place. With that said, some of that uncertainty remains in play. What's acknowledged is taken into consideration at the ASMFC level through the harvest quota setting policy with some degree of cautionary management philosophy in play. With that, I'll close and say thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Happy to answer any questions should you have any, or give the floor back to Chief Gear, whatever the preference is.
Any questions from the commission for Dr. Latour? Mr. Erskine?
Mr. Erskine?
Dr. Latour, I appreciate it. It was a very good presentation. I'm wondering, recently ASMFC increased the coastwide quota of 30-some thousand metric tons, and that seemed to be based on a number of factors, but one being the transition you said that the ASMFC made to ecological reference points. Is that in play? Is that a more specific model that would have allowed for an increase in the quota? Or is it a different factor?
There's two scientific products that are used in that to set the quota. One is your sort of traditional single species stock assessment. The other is a multi-species ecological based assessment. The single species assessment is used for the tactical management of understanding stock status, overfished, not overfished, overfishing, not overfishing, and to give guidance on the scale of harvest quota. Then the ecological based or multi-species model is used to look at trade-offs, and principally trade-offs with striped bass. So that is used in a supplemental fashion to understand whether, if we acknowledge the relationship between striped bass as a predator of menhaden, if we were to change things with striped bass, what does that mean for menhaden? If we were to change things with menhaden, what does that mean for striped bass? There are ecological reference points there as well, and we want to see if whether we're crossing them or not. But the fact that we have those types of products available is unprecedented on the East Coast, to be honest with you. The fact that both have passed peer review for management advice is unprecedented. So there is a formal process by which the ecological role of menhaden is being accounted for in the coastwide setting. That being said, we do not have the ability to think about menhaden on a smaller spatial scale at the moment, and so those questions remain open.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Dr. O'Toole? Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
And at this time, we'll take any question we have as far as the proposal, and if I can't answer it, I'll have Dr. Latour, Shannon Madsen come up.
Any questions for, yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
Brandon.
Commissioner, thank you. Regarding the language on the holiday restrictions, why wouldn't we want to consider the Thursday before the 4th of July weekend, like we do for Memorial Day and Labor Day, and run it through the 4th of July?
We're doing 3 days before the holiday and 3 days after. We're
But
doing,
the weekend?
Yeah.
The weekend, you're proposing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Wednesday's after the 4th of July. Why wouldn't you make it similar to Memorial Day, make it Thursday through Tuesday, which is the 4th of July? That would be 6 days closure by 7. Why would we close it after the 4th of July?
the reason was, afterwards, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
okay.
We don't do that with Memorial Day. We
it's
don't do that with Labor
because
Day.
July 4th is probably the biggest vacation week of the year. And so there's the tourist, that's probably peak tourist week. And so the idea behind it was we wanted to try to protect almost that entire week.
Yeah, but it's like the 4th of July weekend, if they fish on a Friday and they spill, rare event, but if it happens,
Yeah.
Sunday and Monday is when it's
Yeah,
likely.
it just so happens is this year because of, we wanted to do, you wanted to do a few days before it, and this year it just happens to fall on a weekend. And
Well, I'm
that,
sure every year it would
yeah, it's going to be a little different in that regard.
alter, but
Yeah.
for 2023, I would think Thursday through Tuesday. I know that
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I don't see the rationale. I'd like to see it follow the thing, and I thought, what was your thoughts going into that?
I didn't look at the individual year. I kind of looked at, but you're right. In this case, for July, it's basically, it's falling over the weekend already. So they could theoretically fish on that Friday, which would be June 30th. So for this year, we might not get the impact we wanted for it if there was a situation. But the idea was, was to basically have a buffer around that day. But for this year, it might not. But it may not be as effective in other years where July 4th falls in the middle of the week, so to speak.
Yeah, if it falls on a
Yeah,
Thursday,
yeah.
then
I see your
result that
point.
year might be more days
Yeah.
of closure.
And if I will, you got to remember too that when fisheries management came up with this, they came up with the idea of law enforcement being able to do enforcement here and to make it more consistent without having to go into the reg every year and figuring what day the 4th of July
Yeah.
was. So to make it more consistent, the consistent message for law enforcement works better within the court systems instead of having it a floating, come before the commission every 2 or 3 years and adjusting it.
That was my reasoning for the Thursday prior through the holiday. Wouldn't have to be changed.
Yeah, it would have been an additional day,
It
yeah.
would have been additional.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Mr. Hurst?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Chief Gear, thanks for the presentation. I'm going to go back to the buffer, the 1 nautical mile buffer, and I had a question regards, you had indicated that there were documented fish spills in 2022, and those fish spills were on the Bayside Eastern Shore. But it didn't seem to have fish spills on the western side of Chesapeake Bay, western shore. But the buffer encompasses the entire 1 nautical mile of the Chesapeake Bay. And I'm wondering why, if we haven't seen fish spills on the western part of Chesapeake Bay, why aren't we targeting proposed buffers around those areas?
The total buffers, we may not just be seeing as the, the public beaches. I mean, there aren't as many public beaches on the northern neck as there are around in these areas. So the decision was made to make it equitable for the whole, the whole coast, not just make it for certain areas. So, I mean, a spill is just as likely up around northern neck as it is down in, off of Fort Monroe. But the concern with that would be is like what happens if the spill would have more of an impact off of Fort Monroe than it would up there. But the likely, there's just as much likelihood of having a spill up there, unless if it's deeper water, which I'm not certain about.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tankert?
Yes, Pat, I appreciate your presentation, and you had a lot going on there. You stated there was a 6.9% of the bay effort would be displaced, but the slide said 6.09. I know it's not much of a difference, but when you're only dealing with 6%, it is kind of a...
I might have made a mistake on that. Which side are you
Just
looking
wanted
at?
some clarification if it was 6.09
This for the holiday?
or 6.9.
For the holiday?
No, just your displacement of bay effort with regard to the 1 mile.
Oh, I'm sorry. The bay effort should be 6.41%.
6.41.
That's just for the bay, and for those buffers in the bay, it's 6.41%.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you include Virginia Beach, which is technically outside the bay, you have to include all the fishing effort in the bay and outside as well.
Thank you.
More questions for Pat? Ms. Lester?
First of all, thank you for the presentation, especially the historical data. That was really helpful, especially for me. I'm new to this issue. But I wanted to go back. I had a question about the decision to, you said that we're regulating all the gear by gear type. And I'm wondering if, did we consider separating the bait fish sector and the reduction sector? I see that they are treated differently.
I've done the analysis separately just so that we can show it, we can show if there was a different impact. That was the main reason for showing it. But the gear is the same, the vessels are the same, and since we're managing, we manage by gear type, and it is the exact same thing. So in that regard, that's why, we feel that both sectors have to be considered equally in this.
Do they have the same license? Are they licensed the same?
They're licensed the same, 70-ton vessels. They're licensed the same.
Just the quota is different.
It's just their quota's different and what the outcome of the catch is when they landed.
Any further questions for Pat?
I did look at that. I thought that maybe some of these vessels were under, the licenses are, we have 4 licenses, purse seine, bait vessels over 70 tons, the same thing under 70 tons, and reduction vessels over 70 tons and less than 70 tons. And all these vessels are over 70 tons.
Mr. France?
Thanks, Pat, for your presentation. It was great, but I need to understand the bait fishery and the reduction fishery in the bay. Are they under the same quota or different quotas?
Can you repeat that again?
The bait fishery and the reduction fishery in the bay, are
They
they under?
each have a portion of a quota. They each have, right now it's 90.44% for the reduction and 2.38% for the bait reduction bait. 8. 8%. So they each, we get a quota from ASMFC, and then it's split up according to the sectors. So the purse-seine gets about 90%, the purse-seine bait gets about 8%, and other baits get about 2.38%.
Okay, thank you.
Now, what's that breakup from historical landings, is that what?
Yes,
decides
that was historical landings, and that has not been changed.
That's kind of how we manage
Yeah.
our other fisheries as
Yep.
well.
We manage
Pretty
all,
much across the
we
coast.
manage almost all of our fisheries based on historical landings.
Historical lands. So,
I have a question. This is a different topic, but when you're reviewing the response to spills, and forgive me if I should know this already, but are there, aside from the cleanup effort that's required, is there anything else that's required after a spill? Is there a fine, or is there any, like,
We-
license?
yeah,
Are
we
there any
don't-
consequences
yeah.
towards a license or anything like that?
We don't really have the authority to give a fine, provide a fine. There are, in our sections of code, there may be other sections of code. DEQ was looking at whether or not something in the Clean Water Act would be able to find them, and they couldn't find anything. The issue is going to be there also, it's like if we're going to start providing fines for this, we'd have to provide, if a crabber dumps a half a box of bait, they'd have to be fined, but that fine would have to be, proportional to the size of the spill, I would think. But,
I guess I was thinking like, we see people like if a person has a bushel of oysters
Yeah.
that are oversized or something, they come up here and they're licensed, they go on probation or there's, certain
Yeah,
things. So
the
I'm
li-
just
yeah.
curious about how that
the
works.
license is owned by the company, not by the captain operating the vessel. So that's something that we can look into, in the future.
And currently, I think you're referring to the oyster violations. Currently, this is not a violation.
Okay.
And, I want to mark that there's a difference between dumping fish and having an accidental spill. These are accidental spills.
Yeah, all the license revocations that have come before the commission were upon conviction in criminal court of a violation, code or reg.
Different process.
Any further questions? Mr. Tankard? Mr.
That's all right.
France? Apologize for that.
This will be my last question. I don't know this, but how much area does it take to make a set?
The nets are, Mr. Deal, do you want to answer that?
I couldn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
How much area does it take to make a set?
The nets are about 1,500 feet long, so, you figure the circumference and what the diameter would be. It's 75 yards. One of you captains, if you want to speak up, but about that across diameter.
Can we either repeat that into the microphone or have him come up?
He said,
Get it?
I can do it for him. I'll do it. It's just getting up
I'm
here.
gonna have to get him for the record since he's the
Okay, for the
expert.
record.
Come on up here, Mr. Deal.
Sorry.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Tell me, God.
Speak in the mic.
Thank you, Monty Deal with Ocean Harvesters. Our nets are about 1,500 feet long, so we make a circle out of them. Circumference is going to be about 1,500 feet. The diameter is going to be somewhere around 75 yards, give or take.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? That being said, we'll move to public comment.
Let me just.
Colonel Rogers?
Okay.
You know how this order is. I would like you to read them. All right, everyone, listen, before we get started on this public comment section, the colonel's going to call your name, and you come before the mic, we'll swear you in, state your name in the mic clearly for the record. We're going to give you 3 minutes to start with, and what I mean by that is if you're repeating the same thing that everybody's saying, we need to kind of move this along. We'll be here forever. I did have some requests for presentations. We had so many presentations sent to us. They were emailed to all the board members and sent to everyone for record. Presentations are typically set for committee meetings, not for commission meetings. They have to be vetted through our fisheries and also go before the committees before they usually come before here. That's how we typically get it checked out. We do set aside a time for committees. But that being said, just because you have 3 minutes doesn't mean you have to use the whole 3 minutes, okay, guys? Let's try to be respectful. I don't want to hear much bantering back and forth when people are talking. Be respectful. There's going to be people up here that don't agree, and that's perfectly fine. That's what we're up here, the decision makers are up here to do, is to kind of figure out and cipher along the information that we're being given. But be respectful to each other, because I'm still going to have a zero tolerance policy. You see how we started this meeting. You get disrespectful, I'm going to thin this room out real quick. So, that being said, go ahead, Colonel.
So I'm going to try to read these names with the handwriting and the pronunciation of the last names, so I apologize if I screw it up. I believe we're going to start with Christy Metis. Is she here? Does she want to speak?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Speak in the microphone, state your name, raise your right hand. You swear
My
to
name
tell-
is Christy Metis.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your time that you're giving this situation, because I know it is a mess, and I think we've all been living this for a while, and I'm sorry. And I'm passing out a folder. I've got one up here that I'm sharing with every one of you guys, but thank you so much. I'd like to state for the record that when the meeting before last, I made a mistake on the measurements of the fishing nets used for the reduction fishing. I had stated they were 200 yards in length, when in fact, the nets, as per NOAA, the standards are 1,000 to 1,400 feet long, and I understand by Mr. Deal just now, 1,500. This is equivalent to 2.7 or 3.8 football fields of a regulation NFL football field. And there is a picture of one in your folder. From end zone to end zone. The field is 360 foot long. The depth of these nets are 65 to 90 foot by NOAA standards. I don't know, I've never heard anybody say how deep they go. With this being said, I have provided you each with a nautical map of the depths of the Chesapeake Bay. This is one area between Butler's Bluff and just north of Cape Charles, where the water depth is 75 foot. The remainder of the Chesapeake Bay average depth ranging from 20 foot to 55 foot. Remember, the nets are 65 to 90 foot deep. With the reduction fishing nets being a depth of 65 to 90 foot deep, again, I'm saying, the Chesapeake Bay cannot support these huge nets. I'm asking you to please take that in consideration. 1 mile from the low water mean would place these nets in 15 to 30 foot water. This is much too shallow for these boats to be fishing in our waters at that depth. I agree that, yes, something has to be done. We need to have a joint thing for everybody to have. We give a little, take a little. Everybody has to participate in that. I understand that. But we have to look at the depth of the nets and the depth of the bay. But the 1 mile from the low water mean would place these nets again in 15 to 30 foot of water, which is on your maps. This is much too shallow. Plant life is still going to continue to be ripped off the bottom of the floor. Along with plant life being ripped up when it's coming up, what kind of pollutants are they pulling up with the nets? I don't know that, but I'll work on that next year. Everyone wants science to be involved with the decision-making here, but what we really need is common sense. We have to think about the bay at some point. You can see that the Chesapeake Bay is way too shallow for the boats
All right,
and
ma'am.
nets.
Ma'am.
Okay, all right. I hope that I've been able to cast another light on this for you, but thank you so much for your time and consideration in all these matters.
I want to, I would like
Thank
to put for the record that we're going to submit this to Ms. Hogg for the record. Thank you.
Did you have any questions?
Any questions from the commission for the speaker?
The last time y'all fooled me and told me you had questions.
No, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
James Chirico? James Chirico? Paul Ludwig? Paul Ludwig? Alexander Poe? Alexander Poe?
Alexander Park, you said, sir? Poe. Alexander Poe.
Alexander Poe? James Jones? James Jones?
James Jones.
James Jones? Roger Obrev? Roger Obrev?
Roger Obrev.
Roger Obrev? Glenn Lewis? Glenn Lewis?
Morning.
Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, sir.
Speak your name for the record, please.
My name is Glenn Lewis. I don't envy your position today. I know you got a lot on you. There are good people, no doubt, on both sides of this issue. I had the ability to speak to Mr. Deal last time we were here, and I suggested that we find a common ground, and I think that's what's happening today. I believe that that can be found. I do want to state for the record that I am in 100% support of the governor's recommendation. I come to you as not a member of any organization. I come to you as a sports fisherman, just a guy in a boat, just likes to go fishing. My type of fishing is sight fishing, and I particularly like to sight fish in the waters of Cape Charles and to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and all the way to the Cell, and I will wander over into Virginia Beach, and I will work the Hampton Shores as well. I just want to tell you my individual experiences, to let you know that, when you see something that you feel in your heart is not right, and you have to stand up. I hope everyone in this room has courage to stand up and speak for what they think is right and make those decisions, because that's why I'm here today. And that's why these colleagues or friends and everybody in this room is here today. They're speaking their truths. And my truths is I'm a sports fisherman. When Omega has been in the waters, you can't see after they drop their nets. I can't see through that water. It is not clear. I see big nets being pulled out of boats, and I see planes flying above me. First, I hear the planes. I look up. I see the planes. I know they're coming. I look, here they come. It's not one boat. And these boats are as big as the ones in the Bering Seas, the deadliest catch boats. These boats are huge. Mind you, your average sports fisherman probably isn't a 20-foot vessel. I happen to be privileged to have a 26-foot vessel. So I get up on top of my boat and sight fish. I'm looking into these pods of bait and I see fish, obviously. That's what I'm there for. I'm looking for fish. I'm just one at a time trying to catch and release some I keep. At the end of the day, it doesn't bother me as much as that they're in the bigger waters, but when they're pulling their big boats into those shallower waters, they are dragging the bottom, and they are tearing that bottom up, catching tons of fish, and then sucking them out like an alien abduction. It's just terrible. It's just horrible to see as an individual fisherman. And what's left is, it's the travesty of the fishery that you're trying to fish. I'm left with no water to fish there. I have to move. Every time these boats come towards us, we have to move. We got to get out of their way. They're that big.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Remember, guys, that light turns red, your 3 minutes is up. We got a lot of people that want to speak, so you got to get it in. 3 minutes is short, I know, but it's the best we can do.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Phil Zalisak? Yes, sir.
Apologize for murdering your last. Don't worry about it. Everybody does.
Okay, how do you say that properly?
Zalesek, Czech, but Zalzak Americanized. How's that? I'm the grandson of a
Yeah, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And state your full name for the record to the microphone.
Philip Francis Salzak.
And this is your presentation here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha.
And
For the
thank
record,
you.
I have the presentation.
Well, I thank the law enforcement for putting that out for me today. Okay, the Commission's fundamental violation of the Code of Virginia is ignoring the science of localized depletion of Atlantic menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay. Localized depletion is a reduction in the menhaden population below the level of abundance that is sufficient to maintain its basic ecological, economic, and social cultural functions. In 2023, the Virginia reduction fishery is allowed at over 2/3 of the total allowed catch for the entire Atlantic coast. That's 158,000 metric tons, or 750 million fish. This is based on history, not science. Most of the reduction fish are harvested within the Chesapeake Bay and just outside the Chesapeake Bay in Virginia waters. This is a typical deployment of purse seines, as you see in your presentation. According to a 2019 study co-authored by Dr. Michael Wilberg of the Chesapeake Biological Lab, Atlantic menhaden largely remain within the same coastal region from June to October. This is the principal time of the intense reduction fishing. This combination facilitates localized depletion. Dr. Brian Watts of the College of William and Mary has concluded that reductions in the menhaden stock have caused osprey productivity to decline below DDT era rates. These rates are insufficient to support the osprey population in the main stem of the Chesapeake Bay. This is based on 50 years of science. Dr. Noah Bresman of Salisbury University has concluded that Virginia-based menhaden fishery is overfishing the stock in and around the Chesapeake Bay, which is preventing the important forage fish from making its way into the bay and its tributaries. You have the law of Virginia right before you. I'm going to go down it line by line. The reduction fishery is a Canadian-owned company, and the profits go to Canada, not the Commonwealth of Virginia. Since 2000, the Chesapeake Bay striped bass commercial harvest, including discards, is down 61%, which impacts food production in the law. Since 2000, the Chesapeake Bay striped bass recreational harvest is down 51%. There's no evidence the Commission is managing Atlantic menhaden and striped bass as a single unit. None. Allocating over 90% of the Atlantic menhaden quota to one company is not a fair and equitable allocation, and it is a clear violation of the Code of Virginia. Here's the summary. If the Commission acts to restrict, I just drove 188 miles. Give me 15 more
The
seconds.
light turns red, you better tighten up. Go.
All right. If the Commission acts to restrict reduction fishing to east of the western boundary of the exclusive economic zone, the Southern Maryland Recreational Fishery Organization will take no legal action against the Commission. If the Commission does not take this action by the end of the year, the Southern Maryland Recreational Fishery Organization is prepared to file a lawsuit against the Commission. Those individuals who want to make participate in the lawsuit and contribute, go to smrfo.org. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for the speaker? No. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Guys, don't try to talk over the red light. All right, please, I have to stop you. I gotta give everybody try to give them the same amount of time as I can. If not, I'm gonna reduce the time. If you try to talk over me when we're trying to move it along, we'll just reduce the time. We do not have enough time for everybody to speak if we do not stay within our allotted time frame. Next speaker.
Jacob Hiles.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and a microphone for the record, please.
My name's Jacob House.
Thank you, sir. Proceed.
I'm a charter fishing captain in Virginia Beach, and I'm here speaking on behalf of several other charter fishing operations. When I say that we all support these reductions in these buffer zones, I want to say that over my years of charter fishing, I've noticed drastic reductions in our fisheries, and a lot of that can be attributed to menhaden. Something that I want to point out is that I noticed earlier on the Captain's Daily Fishing Reports that it didn't say anything on there about bycatch. Omega claims to be a zero bycatch fishery. However, when their nets have torn, we've seen bycatch on the beaches. That bycatch needs to be reflected. Every other commercial fishery on Earth, you have to report bycatch. Captain's daily fishing reports don't include anything about bycatch. And also, I was looking through the VMRC website, and I could not find a definition for the word possession in the state of Virginia. This pertains to both recreational and commercial fisheries. Commercial fisheries typically would define possession as the minute that a fish is in a net, it's possessed. There needs to be a definition for what possessing fish is, and bycatch needs to be recorded by Omega. Every other commercial fishery on Earth uses cameras and observers, and I would like to see, if they say that it's a zero bycatch fishery, there's ways to prove this. Let's put cameras and observers onto the boats and find out if there is actual bycatch. The bycatch is a big deal to me. Of course, we support this buffer zone, but in my opinion, something needs to be done to address the bycatch, because those 200 red drum that were killed in that one net, some of those fish were 50 years old, and we need to protect those fish. I have to protect those fish with my livelihood. There's no reason they shouldn't be protecting them also.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Somebody can have my seat here. I'm leaving. Thank you.
William Blackwell. William Blackwell.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
State your name and the microphone for the record, please.
Yes, I am William Blackwell. I'm from Reedville, Virginia. I'm a captain.
Speak in the microphone, please.
I'm a captain with Ocean Harvesters. I've been in the business for 20 years, and I've been a captain for 13 of them. I wanted to shed some light, hopefully, on fish bills. Basically, to show a better picture and not just the ugly aftermath. Again, I've been captain for 13 years. I've made over 6,000 sets in my career. The first 12 years of my career, I had a pretty clean slate. This year, I had one fish bill and a fish release within 3 weeks of each other. It was some tough luck. The fish bill was based on mechanical failure. Obviously, there's a plethora of moving parts on these boats, and we had mechanical failure that prevented us from getting the net back properly, and the net tore, and we lost the fish. The second, obviously, was the red drum. That was my decision to release those fish. It's something that has never occurred in my career, and I knew if we released them that they would have the opportunity at least to survive. In both instances, I reported it to Andy Hall, our general manager, who reported it to VMRC. We had people ashore on standby in case these fish went to the beach. We also, again, took 2 days off with the red drum incident to try to help clean these fish up. To say that I felt bad about what happened would be an understatement. I really beat myself up over it. And I tried to figure out ways that something I could have done differently to have a different result, but I had to come to grips with, some things are just out of your control, and I had to accept it. obviously we care about what we do. This is our livelihood. And, we're not cowboys that work recklessly. We're commercial fishermen, and we're professional mariners, and nobody cares about the resource more than we do. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Branson?
Hi, good morning, Captain.
Yes, sir.
What merchant marine credential do you hold?
I
What
hold a 1600 near coastal inspected license.
That's the highest license that you can get other than being an ocean.
That's correct.
How many years did it take you to get that?
I started the procedure when I turned 18.
So how many years did it take?
10,
10, 12?
I got my near coastal 16 about 5 years ago. So yeah, it took 12, 15 years. Yeah.
And which vessel do you captain, or do you move from vessel to vessel?
This year I was captain on the Fleeton.
Okay, the fleet ton. And how many gross registered tons? How big?
She's 500 tons.
Okay. Because earlier we talked about licensing being over 70 tons and,
Right.
and a 500-ton vessel.
Yes, sir.
500-ton gross registered ton. That's loaded, right?
That's light.
That's light. So
That's
loaded,
a gross
what's a max capacity?
That
Hull.
my boat carries roughly 2 million fish. Now metric tonnage, I can. Yeah.
Shauna will figure it out.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Any more questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Tanker.
I appreciate your sincerity, and I commend you for your efforts in trying to release those fish. Let me ask you, though, do you think that the 1 mile buffer in this circumstance would have helped prevent that spill that you were engaged in?
No, sir. That set in particular was offshore of the 1 mile. We were actually about 2.5 miles offshore when we made that set.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell.
Yes, thank you.
Taylor Deal. Taylor Deal.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record and the microphone, please.
My name is Taylor Deal, and I'm the marketing manager at Omega Protein. I was actually the company's point of contact this summer on the 2 occasions where fish unfortunately reached the shoreline. So anyone who was impacted that reached out directly to Omega Protein, I personally responded to, and I remained in contact with these folks throughout the entire process. Throughout the course of these events, we did many things to try and lessen these individuals' inconvenience as much as possible. To include offering passes to the Eastern Shore Country Club to use their facilities until their land was fully cleaned. We reimbursed individuals and organizations who reported that they cleaned their beach themselves before our contracted cleanup crew was able to make it to their area. And we sent gift cards to a local seafood market over on the Eastern Shore as a thank you for their patience and understanding during an inconvenient time. I personally flew over to the impacted area to meet with these individuals and check in on the progress of the cleanup. This way, I was able to make sure their property was cleaned to the appropriate standard. And if the cleaning crew had not made it to their home yet, I was able to help them understand when they can expect them. Like many others you're going to hear from today, I have a major stake in this industry. Pretty much my entire family depends on it. Not only is it my career, but my husband is also a fish spotter. My father's been a captain my entire life. So menhaden fishing has been a big part of my life. And that is why I made it my personal responsibility to handle these situations to the best of my ability, the way that I would expect them to be handled as a homeowner if fish washed ashore on my beach. I can truly say that we did everything in our power during that time to mitigate the issue and help remedy the inconvenience that was caused by these events. No expense was spared, and we truly had an all-hands-on-deck attitude. You'll hear from our general manager soon about some of the measures we're taking moving forward to hopefully make major strides in preventing these incidents in the future. And of course, we'll continue to do our best on anything we can do. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Alan Henson.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Speak in the microphone clearly, state your name.
Okay. My name's Alan Henson, and as you can probably tell, I'm probably the oldest captain Omega has. I've been lucky enough to fish as a captain for 30 years, and I've been in the industry for over 40 years, all of them on the Chesapeake Bay. And as a captain, we have responsibilities of making 15 men a living, 16 count myself. And, you know, while we're trying to make them a living, we also have to keep them safe. I mean, that's a big thing for all of us. People say, why don't you just go in the ocean and fish? Well, I guess that would be easy if you could do that, but you just can't. You know, the ocean is a different animal than the bay. Sometimes we have to fish in the bay. And these 15 guys that I have, they got to have a paycheck. They're young, they got young families. So I really have to keep them safe to go home to the young children, but I also have to make them a paycheck. So the boats are big, like you heard before. They are big. But the purse boats, let's just say net boats, they're not big. And not like Deadliest Catch. We have to put 10 of the 15 guys in those small boats to make the set. And it can be very dangerous. Not only do we have to launch them, even harder to recover them when it's really rough in the ocean. So sometimes we just can't go in the ocean. It's just not feasible. So that's why we have no choice but to stay in the bay sometimes. In 2017, we converted the boat that I'm on now to Cockles Creek, and we intentionally made guest rooms. We have 3 boats now with guest rooms. So we could take people out. Some of these people maybe that want to see actually firsthand what we do and what we don't do. So I'd like to invite any of y'all that want to go, anytime you want to go, we got guest room for you and we'll treat you with respect. I've taken reporters, I've taken regulators, customers, and you know, some people just want to see. They think it's cool, they just want to see. Some people probably want to, you know, see exactly what is going on firsthand. So we'd love to take y'all if you want to go, and then you'll have a better understanding of what we do and everything like that. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Branson?
Yes, sir. Captain, what are the general sea state limitations for you to fish outside the bay? Do you have a certain parameter that you look for or you avoid?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we look at the well reports, and we try to make a, you know, decision from that, but they're not always right. So sometimes you do get caught up there when it's not good. The ocean being a different animal, when I say that, in the ocean you have a swell. Sometimes you have 2 swells, 3 swells coming from different directions. In the bay, you don't have that swell, you have a wind sea. So we can, a lot of times, work in the bay when we can't go in the ocean. And a lot of times we would rather go in the ocean, but it's just Mother Nature.
What about the exclusion equipment you have for if you pull up when you're vacuuming the menhaden or other fish onto your vessel? Do you have any kind of exclusion device so that large fish, rays,
yeah,
whatever?
like if we get rays or, you know, larger fish, we have an excluder that they'll go through and they'll come out. They won't go down through the bars. They'll go out the back side of the boat on the starboard side. And
Okay. And how big of a fish will that exclude?
well, it just depends, you know.
So
It's,
obviously you want menhaden.
we don't want anything but menhaden. That's it. And you'd be surprised. That's 99.9% of the time, that's all we catch. I've been out there for over 40 years. I've never heard anything like the red drum thing in my life.
Any further questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Monty Deal.
Mr. Deal, you already sworn in, so you can state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Monty Deal. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, you've all heard from me many times over the last 18 months, so I'll try to make this brief because some people who really want to speak want to get the time. I do want to bring up three things. One is what Dr. Latour said. This stock is extremely healthy. It's probably one of the best managed fisheries on the East Coast, and there's a lot of data behind it. I want to bring home one example. So we have science and we also have history. People talk about the impact of striped bass. You know, back in the early 80s, you couldn't catch a striped bass. They were depleted. Everyone acknowledges that. And the states, different states put on different moratoriums around 1984. And in the next 5 to 7 years, striped bass were completely rebuilt. And by I think it was 1994, it was declared completely recovered. During that time, we were averaging over 150,000 metric tons of menhaden caught in the bay every year. 150,000 metric tons. Today, you heard them say that the bay cap is 51,000 metric tons. So to say that menhaden harvesting is impacting striped bass is really just a stretch, and the science says differently also. The second point is user conflicts. When we started fishing at that very plant that these guys fish out of today in 1878, there were no user conflicts. There were no recreational fishermen. And in the course of the last 140 some odd years, that industry has built up. Whether you say it's tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or billions, I believe it. I'm one of them. But during that time, we've continued to operate and back off a little more all the time. But to get to a point where one user group can say, okay, well, now I'm here, although you've been here, and now I don't want you here because we have a user conflict with you, I don't think that's fair, and it really sets a bad precedent for other fisheries, whether it be aquaculture cages on the bottom, whether it be pound nets, whether it be gill nets or crab pots, in that you're there, someone else moves in and builds a fishery that seems to be successful, and then says, I no longer want you here. So I think that the commission should consider that. And I think I will yield, Mr. Commissioner, the rest of my time. I appreciate you all listening to all these folks who've come up here today.
Any questions from Mr. Deal? Thank you, Bonnie.
Leo Robbins. Leo Robbins.
Mr. Robbins, can you raise your right hand? Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record and the microphone, please.
Leo Robbins.
Proceed.
I wish I didn't need these.
I know the feeling.
Good morning. Thank y'all for having us here, putting this forum on. I'm Leo Robbins, captain of the fishing vessel Rappahannock for Ocean Harvesters. Proud to say I'm a second-generation menhaden fisherman, 40 years in the industry, and I just finished up my 25th season as a captain, so we're kind of glad to have that over with. I've always tried to coexist with recreational fishermen and my fellow commercial users. I've never tried to push any user on the water out of the way to set my net to catch menhaden. I wreck fish as well on the off seasons, and I understand fishing etiquette about what goes on. Excuse me. My vessel was accused of trying to run over a wreck boat in the past. The report stated that we came too close to them and we were blowing the horn at them. Well, we use our horn to signal the crew on the board boat about our fishing intentions. This is probably 100 or more year old tradition with sounding the horns. 2 blasts on the horn means prepare to get ready. 1 blast, deploy the boats. 1 long blast and 2 shorts, time to eat. What seemed normal to us was entirely confusing to them. We have learned not to blow the horns into congested areas and in, of course, traffic zones. Just want to say we're good stewards of the bay. We look out for all other users. In the past, my boat has rescued folks, recreational fishermen, 5 to be exact, 2019. The boat overturned cobia fishing. My boat and Jimmy Kellum's boat, Mosquito Point, we laid there and knocked the sea off of these guys. It was blowing about southwest 25, so it was pretty good sea running, and till the Coast Guard got there. This past year, we saved the life of a gentleman that had overturned in his kayak, and I can promise you, he wasn't going to be there very long. So when somebody on the bay and the ocean's in distress, we had eyes in the sky and eyes on the water. That's what we do for a living. Assist when we can.
Mr. Robbins, it's time to go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Any questions for Mr. Robbins?
Thank y'all very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Terry Ramsey.
How you doing, sir? Can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name in the microphone for the record, please?
Terry Ramsey. Thank you very much, Commission members, for allowing me to speak. I'm in full support of the governor's recommendations, and I hope you will be too. I was concerned about the fish kill. 264 red drum, 12,000 pounds, and it's put forth as like, oh, well, we never catch any red drum in the net. If I came to the dock with 264 45-pound red drum, you'll find officers would take issue with me. I ask you to look into better accountability for the captain's report. I noticed when it came up, it didn't have any attestation on it. I didn't see in the regulations where there was a penalty for false filing that report. That's important. Your report is important to what's happening and what's getting the information. You may look to requiring the firms to have some CPA firm do an attestation on the accuracy of those reports and how they're accumulated so that you have good information. They talk about economics. I've fished over the Eastern Shore for 50 years. And when I first started over there, the Kip to Peak Inn was full. Now it's empty. Those are blue-collar jobs too. And those people are not here because they don't have their job there. So it's a lot of industry over in the Eastern Shore, tourist industry, fishing industry, that's not there because of what's happened in the bay. And believe me, the fishing is not what it was 50 years ago. I watched the slow-speed O.J. Simpson chase in the Edgewood Motel, room number 8. So again, I ask you to carefully consider this, to vote in favor of this, and to look what else needs to be done so that we can be fair to all and think about the people who are not here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the Speaker, from the Commission? Thank you. They spared you.
Craig Freeman. Kayla Mock.
If I could just clarify one little thing in response to the last speaker. Falsifying any government form is a crime. That's not unique to VMRC forms. It's any form, just so we're clear.
State your name for the record, the microphone, please.
Kayla Mock.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. I think we're still in morning. Members of the Virginia Marine Resources Commission, my name is Kayla Mock. I am here with United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 400. We represent over 35,000 workers across 7 states, and proudly, we represent the fishermen at Omega Protein. The restrictions that are being proposed here today would have a direct negative impact on the workers. The workers next year will be bargaining a new contract, meaning that they'll be sitting down with Omega and talking about workplace conditions, wages, benefits, safety. You're tying their hands before they get to the table next year. And so we just ask that in these considerations and these restrictions that you remember the workers here. These are some of the highest paid positions in the Reedville area. They always have been. They have a long-standing tradition of that because of union bargaining, because of the work that they do. It's also very extremely, it's hard work being out there on the water and doing these jobs. And so we just come before you today as the representing union, asking that you remember and consider the workers in these considerations. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
so much.
Philip Haney. Philip Haney. Brian Collins.
Mr. Haney, can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Speak your name and the microphone clearly for the record, please.
My name is Philip Johnson Haney II.
Proceed.
Good morning. My name is Philip Johnson Haney II. I'm a fourth generation employee of the fishing industry. Because of the fishing industry, I was able to send myself to college and graduate with a degree. They allowed me to work on holidays and during the summer. I have 5 children. Because of the fishing industry, all of them are college graduates, with 3 of them holding doctorate degrees and 1 in a master's. The impact of this fishing industry is unmeasurable. Omega is a wonderful company that creates opportunity for people who live in the Northern Neck to make a living and have benefits. I operate Haney Commercial Services. This is a program where we bring young men who have been incarcerated back into the workforce. Omega allows them to come in because they cannot work in other jobs because of their record, and give them an opportunity to get back in the workforce. We have about a 98% successful rate with these young men. These amendments would disproportionately affect African Americans and middle-class working people because we don't have charter boats and we are not employed by the sports fishing industry. Omega is a wonderful company that has spent millions of dollars getting pollution, getting rid of smell, and doing these things. After suffering with a heart attack and having a pacemaker, I take omega-3 pills every day. My pets take omega-3. So at the end of the day, you'll have to make a decision. What's in the best interest and health of working people, or what's in the best pleasure of a few? Thank you. I yield my time.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Haney. Thank you for your time.
Brian Collins.
Raise your right hand, sir. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah, state your name and the microphone for the record, please.
Brian Collins.
Proceed.
Yeah, I'm a Virginian. I own property on the Eastern Shore and an interested party in the issue we're talking about today. And I just wanted to share one bit of research that I did and still going to do a bit more. And I've heard, different information about the health of the Menhaden population, and the Pew Environmental Trust is a pretty respectable, powerful group. They state that 10% is the proportion of the Menhaden population that remain from historic levels. Now, that means 90% less than when it used to be. Now, I don't know the exact timeline, but that's not a good sign. And I think it seems to me that the massive amount of fish that we're taking, we need to be very careful that it's true that we have a good handle on the health of the stock. A 90% reduction in the historic level of the stock doesn't sound like a healthy fishery. And I think we all know that Menhaden is considered the most important fish in the sea and is the feedstock of key sport fish like rockfish. And we know that rockfish, striped bass are struggling. And maybe it's connected to the decline in Menhaden. It's hard to imagine that striped bass stock can remain healthy. It says an analysis, this is another quote from them, an analysis of the abundance of menhaden relative to its predator, striped bass, shows far fewer menhaden in the water for a given bass to eat today than in the early 1980s, less than 10% as many prey per predator. Now, I also understand that there's a lot of concern about the economic health of the state and the Omega. I don't think anybody's critical of Omega particularly. You know, I think they got high qualified people, charters. They're in business. They do their business as best they can. However, I think if we look at economics, can you imagine the economic multiplier if we could have more larger, healthy striped bass stock in the Chesapeake Bay? I mean, we talk about jobs, but can you imagine how many more fishing licenses and fishing boats and stays at hotels and related? I mean, I think that we're not talking about just one single species. We look at the whole industry, and maybe we could make a lot more jobs and economic growth and a healthier bay by having a more balanced management of the menhaden species.
Your time's up.
I missed the red light. I apologize. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the speaker? I have one question for Shanna. Shanna, is there any historical data that you know of that says that this is down 90%?
I'm not sure exactly what document he's referencing. I'd need to look at it, but no, there's nothing that I know specifically that I could reference for that specific issue that he's bringing up. I also would like to note that I think Dr. Latour did an excellent job of discussing the linkage between striped bass and menhaden. The ecological reference point model does say that there is an incredibly strong linkage between striped bass and the abundance of menhaden. However, the ecological reference point model also states that even if we stopped menhaden fishing on the entire coastline, not just the Chesapeake Bay, striped bass would be unable to recover without us taking significant cuts to the striped bass fishery itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Ross
Next,
Ferguson?
please.
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Speak your name in the microphone clearly for the record, please.
My name is Russ Ferguson. And first of all, like everyone, I would like to say thank you to this commission for allowing me an opportunity to speak. However, I'm not speaking just on behalf of myself. I'm speaking for over 120 dedicated hourly employees who work in the processing plant at Omega Protein. Most are in attendance today. However, some did have to stay behind to work. While our income is based on hours worked and not the fish catch, like the vessel employees, our hours work are determined by the amount of fish brought to the dock needing processing. If we can't catch fish, we literally have no work. The ability to earn a living and to support our families is dependent on the boat's ability to catch fish week after week. As you may already know, there are very few job opportunities in this area of Virginia. The jobs we hold and the positions we care for are the best paying with the best benefits in the area. It has helped to support thousands of families. Of course, as you already know, Omega Protein has been in business for over 100 years. We have delivered the quality ingredients that improve the nutritional integrity of food, supplements, and may I add, nutritional value to pet owners such as myself. These products have allowed our families, and especially all Virginians, to live healthier lives with better nutrition. Some of you may or may not know that our company was founded in 1913 as a fishing operation. Even though I was not born at that time, Both my grandfathers worked with Omega in the Menhaden fishing industry since the 1940s. It has proved to be a legacy for me. Every day, we look forward to coming to a place of work where we feel part of a team. And even more than just a team, we are a community. We are all family who support one another and who, surprisingly enough, get along very well with each other. We're all from different backgrounds, different ethnicities, but we have one thing in common, and that is that we all love Omega Protein and the opportunity it has given us to provide for our families. We have put our children through college. We are part of a thriving community that gives back to the community, especially to those in need. Our livelihood and the time spent on the job is directly related to the amount of fish that we catch each season. To limit that season or the areas where we can fish, or taking an entire month out, such as 17 prime days out of the prime fishing season, would directly impact what we earn as providers for our families. I would ask this commission not to limit any of the fishing season as a result of net tears in the Chesapeake Bay. This would drastically affect our families and our livelihoods. I'd like to close with just one scripture, if I may. It was brought up earlier. It's in the Bible. It's in the book of Psalms, chapter 133:1. It says, "Look, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity." Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Case Rice. Case Rice.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record and the microphone, please?
Carl Rice.
Proceed.
My name is Carl Rice. I'm the chief spotter at Omega Ocean Harvesters in Reedville. I've been working for the company since 1976 and have been flying for them since '81. I've got approximately 55,000 hours flying time, and probably 97% of that has been spent looking for menhaden. As a chief pilot, we and the guys that work under me, we are continually looking for fish, trying to find the best schools for the boats, and also evaluating what's going to happen when we get there for the tide, the wind conditions, and the recreational anglers. It's basically, we work with the captains, we give them our advice, we estimate the number of fish in the schools, and try to keep everything safe and out of danger. The schools that migrate in the bay in early April, March, February, and come up, that is their primary source of fish when they start migrating back down the bay in May, June, July, and August. This buffer, our main fishing is on the east side, and although it's only, as you say, 6% of the sets made inside the buffer, it is significantly greater on the amount of the percentage of fish that we catch in those 6%. Just because when the schools are migrating, they tend to be denser and larger schools. And also with the rec guys, when we find an area of fish, we'll direct the boats to them, try to get them to the best fish. But if we see a lot of cobia fishing in the channel, there's small schools of menhaden, we will navigate away from that area and try to find something else. And we are continually looking in the ocean all summer long. And when we can find fish in the ocean, that is where we direct our boats to go. We've been doing this a long time, and I really hate to see things change, especially that would negatively affect our business. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Nick Sterrett.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Nick Sterrett. I'm the
Director of Sales at Omega Protein. I'm also on the board of IFO, the Global Marine Ingredients Organization, and I sit on several committees with the American Feed Industry Association. My grandfather was a Menhaden fishboat captain. My great uncles were fishboat captains. Two of my great grandfathers were fishboat captains, and my great 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 uncle started this company back in 1878. So I'm proud to be able to continue my family legacy and have worked for Omega Protein for over 10 years. And I'd like to set the record straight on where our products go and how they play a vital role in animal nutrition and human nutrition and food security both globally and in the United States. In fact, 80% of the products from our Virginia facility are used right here in the United States as critical ingredients in pet foods, which many of you likely buy direct to human consumption as omega-3 fortified foods and supplements, and in aquaculture feeds to feed fish that many of you likely eat. Aquaculture specifically is growing at a rate of 8 to 10% per year, and it's estimated that the world would need another 42 million metric tons of feed ingredients by the year 2030 to feed the world's growing population. Nearly 50% of seafood produced today is from aquaculture, and Omega Protein's products are essential to this industry, helping to tackle the global food security problems. Salmon and shrimp, for example, are eaten at a rate of 2.4 to nearly 5 times as much as crabs and lobsters, but it seems everyone is okay with the Menhaden being used as lobster and crab bait, but not for vital roles in aquaculture and animal nutrition, which is surprising given the extremely sustainable state of the fishery. I implore you all to take this into consideration and to please rely on the science and fact-based data to make the right decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Ross Kellum.
Mr. Kellum, when you raise your right hand, you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name in the microphone clearly for the record, please.
I'm Ross Kellum. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. I'm a part owner of Kellum Maritime. Our company engages in purse-seine fishing for both bait and reduction sectors. I work alongside my father as the pilot on board the fishing vessel Mosquito Point. My main point today is that we cannot regulate away the potential for mistakes or accidents. We can only minimize the risks associated with them. Given the industry's track record of sets made safely and responsibly without spilling fish, it is evident that we've already achieved the minimization of those risks. I believe it was Mr. Gear's presentation that stated 1.16 spills in every 1,000 sets. That's extremely minimal. Therefore, it is my opinion that the most prudent action to be taken with regard to spilled fish is for industry members to coordinate and activate fish spill cleanup response vessels to facilitate the recovery of any fish that may float prior to them reaching shore. Kellum Maritime is currently in the process of outfitting a vessel with custom skimming gear to recover floating fish. It should be complete in the coming weeks. It's our belief that this vessel will be extremely effective at preventing fish from making landfall, and I urge the Commission not to pass the proposal before you, which severely limits our access to the resource, but instead to work with the industry leaders to find an alternative, less restrictive response. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker?
I have a question.
Sir, Ms. France.
Mr. Kellum?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea of what may be less restrictive for your industry? Can you just give us an idea, maybe?
Well, I mean, clearly less restrictive is no zoning restrictions nor time constraint. The industry works very closely with one another, and we choose intentionally not to fish a lot of weekends that are popular for sport fishing. We already do a lot of things to prevent these user conflicts that you mentioned. That I'm not aware of any actual events, but it seems to be somebody else may think otherwise. As an industry, it's my belief that the personal responsibility, like personal decision making, needs to come into play about where to make the sets when it's appropriate to make those sets. That is discussions that must be had in-house with management versus, to the captains themselves. This is not an issue that you can regulate away. It has to be done personally. It has to be a choice made by the individuals.
Understood. Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Kelly? Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Delegate Tim Anderson,
Just state your name for the record, please.
Sure. Delegate Anderson, 83rd District of Virginia Beach in Norfolk. Thanks for the audience, and I'll be brief. What we saw over the summer was devastating to the Eastern Shore, especially to Silver Beach and to Kipateek. We saw essentially corporate greed take over better judgment. Boats that were right off of the shore, draining the bottom of the floor and catching 13,000 pounds of red drum. One of those fish would have been illegal for any of the anglers in this room, and they caught 13,000 pounds. Corporate greed. This buffer is a first step into much more mitigation that needs to go towards this industry. Pushing them further away from the shore is important. Making sure they're not fishing on the 4th of July weekend is important. Thousands of dead fish rolled up into Silver Beach over the 4th of July weekend. What happened in Kipateek shouldn't have happened, and wouldn't have happened if it wasn't about just catching the fish. So for the constituents of the Virginia Beach side of the Chesapeake Bay and for the constituents on the west side of the Eastern Shore, this is a first step to solve a bigger problem, and I hope that you engage these reasonable first steps. Thank you.
Any questions for the delegate? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Ken Pinkert? Ken Pinkert?
Mr. Pinkert, how are you?
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Ken Pinkert. If I could, let me get my glasses on. I did have something I would like to pass to you.
Hand it to the colonel.
Good morning again. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak here. I recently retired after 38 years working aboard the vessels now belonging to Ocean Harvesters. I'm also a past vice president of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 400, representing the mates, bosuns, engineers, cooks, and crewmen aboard these vessels. Also, as you may also know, I serve on the Menhaden Management Advisory Committee on the behalf of labor. The previous administration, when this committee was put forth, was pressed to have labor being represented on this committee to make sure that this body was fully aware of how it affected the working people. After my retirement off the vessels, I was retained by Ocean Harvesters as a public affairs coordinator to continue representing our fishermen in the political arena. Many of those fishermen are here today this morning, and if they choose, they could just raise their hand. I'm not going to turn around and look for them just to know that they are in here, in this room, or out in the hallway. I stand now opposed to this new regulations. Every proposal before you has a direct impact on the fishermen and their families. A fisherman's salary is based solely on what they actually catch. The Chesapeake Bay has provided a continuous resource that generations have relied on for their livelihoods. I am a third-generation fisherman and have two fourth-generation fishermen from my family aboard these vessels now, one being a chief engineer. Closing the bay for 17 days during the peak of the bay season around the holidays only caused hardships to workers when these fish are rarely spotted or caught in the ocean during these times. Along with fish catch, a Coast Guard licensed chief engineer receives a day rate of $375 per day worked. Do the math, 17 times 375 is over $6,000 directly impacted to a licensed chief engineer in their annual income. This has nothing to do with tears. Though infrequent, spills do happen. There are accidents on the highway happen as well, but the answer is not to shut down the roads from July the 1st to July the 7th. If so, a lot of people would suffer. I'm sure there are more boating accidents amongst recreational fishermen and boats during the holidays, and VMRAC increases patrols and safety measures to deal with it, but they don't close the bay to the recreational fishermen because they have more accidents during that time. Also, a part of this discusses user conflicts. Those pictures that I put before you, that first picture was taken in my father's generation around 1950. That's taken where the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel stands now. There was no bridge.
Time's running out.
Okay, let me wrap up. Those pictures behind that shows the workers of today, 2 generations down from that. And so everything is tied directly to that, but the fishermen were here and should not be disproportionately moved. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
But, Colonel, can you hand this all for the record? Hold on one second, please, before you go announce the next speaker. Everyone, so you know, we're on page 6 of 20 for speakers. So you see the gravity of that? If you're asked to speak and you don't have anything else to say different, yield your time to someone else, if you would so be inclined, or speed it up. I mean, this here is, just so you know, we're not even a third of the way through this. So, next speaker.
Forrest Braun, or Brand.
Remember, because you have 3 minutes, you do not have to use the whole 3 minutes. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name in this microphone for the record, please.
I'm Forrest Brand, from Virginia Beach, Virginia, or I live there. I'm from Reedville. I'm a commercial fish spotter. I've been spotting fish for 25 years. I've got over 30,000 hours spotting menhaden and observing them. I'm a 4th generation menhaden fisherman. My great grandfather was one of the pioneers in the Reedville area, starting a menhaden fish factory. I just want to try to clarify that, you know, the professionalism that we try to take in doing our jobs. We know what we're looking at. We know the difference between a school of menhaden and red drum and other species. It's easy for us to distinguish between that. But I was personally involved in the setting of Captain Bill Blackwell around that school of fish at Kiptopee, where the red drum came up. So, and I felt like him terrible. I was sick in my stomach because there was no sign of any red drum swimming within that school or around the vicinity of that school of fish. And like Bill, I tried to resolve in my mind what I could have done different. And I had to accept the fact that there's some things I can't know. But in doing that reflection, I did have a choice to make. And this is what I want to make clear. There was other schools of fish in that area that had 600,000 to 800,000 in them. And when it comes to talking about corporate greed, we decided not to settle on that big school of fish based on where it was located, and try to minimize our risk of something bad happening and putting too many fish in the net. So my choice, our choice, was to set on a smaller school of fish, about a quarter of the size, and lo and behold, look what happened. We had red drum in the bottom of that, and we couldn't see. In my whole 25 years of spotting fish, I have never seen that. I've never been involved in it, and I've never witnessed it from any other spotters. And that's all I have to say about that. I'll take any questions if.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Bo Landry? Bo Landry?
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name and the microphone for the record, please.
My name is Ben Landry. It's fine. Director of Public Affairs for Omega Protein and Ocean Harvesters. And you've heard a tremendous amount today. You've actually heard from the scientific community as well. And, you know, one thing that I think we just simply want to point out is, you know, the standards of this commission are to promote conservation in its regulatory process. We don't believe that this proposal does that. You already have a tremendous population on a coast-wide basis. So making these kind of area restrictions are unnecessary as it relates to promoting conservation. Also, another standard of this commission is to promote optimal yield of the fishery. To place these buffers means that the fish policies of this state is not to fully capitalize on those optimal yields. So I wanted to point those out. Those are more things that we simply want to get on the record. Yeah, I've represented this fishery for a very long time in a number of venues, and one thing I have found is that, you know, there's not heroes on one side and villains on the other, and vice versa. And you know, it's unfair that this company continues to get villainized. You know, using the scare tactic of Canadian-owned, there's not a single Canadian that works in the Reedville plant. I mean, you know, outside of quick tours, there's probably not a whole lot of Canadians that come to Northumberland County. You know, it's meant to scare you that this company is not part of the fabric of Virginia, but that couldn't be further from the truth. This company started in the 1870s and is as much a fabric of the state as any other stakeholder. I would say that this proposal does have aspects that at least my company could live with, and we look forward to the opportunity, hopefully in the future, to work cooperatively to figure out how we can institute, you know, some moderated proposal as opposed to what is on the table today. But because I think that's important. This company has a history of being cooperative and collaborative with stakeholders and doing our very best to reduce user conflicts. But I'll leave you with that and answer any questions if you should have any.
Any questions for the speaker?
Jimmy Kellum?
Hold on one second, Colonel, for a second. I'm gotta do this again because we're gonna be here for a while. It looks like the bulk of the speakers we have left are for Ocean Harvesters and Omega. Monty, if you can condense that some for us, that would be greatly appreciated, please. And try to prevent from saying something that's not pertaining to this regulation. You guys are talking about a lot of things that are not pertaining to this reg. The reg that's been proposed. Stay on topic. We're gonna have to shut it down here before too long. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and the microphone for the record.
My name is Jimmy Kellum. I own one of the two individual companies that fish for Menhaden. We fish for bait. We've sold bait continuously since the mid-'70s to the eastern shore of Virginia. We work the bay side and the seaside. The eastern shore depends on the product that we provide greatly. I don't think it's nobody in this room more qualified than me that knows the contours of the eastern shore of Virginia. I've been going there since 1989. I know every creek, every lead, every edge, and so does Frederick Rogers. We catch bait because we want the big fish on the edge. We also sell some of our product to Omega Protein. We're good stewards. We have taken it upon ourselves to build a vessel to skim. Omega has got a mothership for that vessel. We have pickers and skimmers. The shoreline of the Eastern Shore has changed. I remember when it was only a few cottages at Silver Beach. Now it's $1 million homes up and down where they can be built. But it's also a lot of marsh area. We realize the necessity to change. We realize the necessity to get these fish from keeping them making the beach, and we've made the necessary changes. We can catch live fish, and we can certainly catch dead fish. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for the speaker?
Dan Knott. Dan Knott.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name and the microphone for the record, please.
My name is Dan Knott, and I'm a waterman, and I represent the Virginia Watermen's Association. And just personally, I'd like to thank the commission for what they've done for our veterans program, and I greatly appreciate that. It's really helped us out. And this meeting was important enough for me to miss a day of work and the work with that veterans program today, oystering. So I'm here to talk about these three regulations, the proposed regulations, and the fact that as a precedent for watermen, it's not healthy. These same people, because I also go up to Richmond to represent the Watermen's Association up there at the legislature, and these same people that are pushing these regulations were up there 2 years ago pushing to get Menhaden, the politics out of Menhaden. And I apologize because I'm pretty nervous and I don't know why. But they pushed to get Menhaden, the politics out of Menhaden, pushed down here to VMRC. I'm on the Menhaden committee. These regulations bypassed us. So on the advisory committee, I didn't get a chance to talk about and really vote on these three regulations. And the precedent it sets, pushing a commercial entity out of certain areas and certain time frames from a waterman perspective, it scares me. Because you have an industry that is working its butt off. We're the 7th most regulated industry in the United States. I was a helicopter pilot in a previous life, and it was easier for an airline transport pilot or pharmaceutical companies to work in the United States than it is to be a commercial fisherman. And so you're putting more regulations on us, you're pushing us out of areas. I know this is just Menhaden, but what's next when the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Group or the Coastal Conservation Association says, we don't want to see crab pots near New Point Comfort Beach? What about if we don't want to see oyster boats out in front of my property, my $1 million home? Because I don't want to see oyster boats out there circling at 6 in the morning. And then user conflict. There's no data to support this user conflict that you're saying around the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. If anything, the user conflict is coming from one of the groups that's pushing this regulation. They have their own Facebook page that is clearly, it's called Menhaden Defenders, clearly targeting this Menhaden fleet. My waterman brothers that are standing around this room that work their butt off, and they are watermen. They're not Canadians. Who cares who owns the company? Who made your Ford truck that you're driving? But the point is, this is an American company. These are watermen. And what you're doing to them by demonizing them and saying that there's user conflicts is just incorrect, because they have a whole web page and Facebook page that targets these boats and asks recreational anglers to go out and harass them. What kind of precedent is that? And how is that going to affect as we go forward? Once they get their way here, they didn't get it when they pushed it down to VMRC, so now they've politicized it again and pushed it up to the governor's office, and he's asking you to do these regulations. So what's going to happen next? Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Knott, thank you.
There's Steve from Virginia Beach, last name starting with A-T.
Mr. Atkinson, how could we forget you, right?
I know.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
State your name for the record, please.
Steve Atkinson, Virginia Saltwater Sport Fishing Association. I'm I'm happy to say we support the proposal as is. We believe a 1-mile buffer will reduce the likelihood of damaging and wasteful net spills on the shores, may also help reduce the intense netting pressure that the eastern shore in particular has endured for several years. And this is, again, I refer the map that we handed out a couple months ago. The eastern shore side of the bay, for whatever reason, is just getting hammered.
Can I have that for the record, please?
Yes?
Sure. I know we already have it from previous meetings, but we're going to submit it.
I can tell you like that map. So, and just to add to that, a question I will ask, and that is it a coincidence that this eastern shore has just had one of its worst years of recreational and commercial fishing on record? And I'm not just saying that. You can ask any charter captain over there. I've talked to a number of them. Everybody's saying the same thing. What is going on with our fishing on the eastern shore? And we believe, and I can't prove it, and it's not good science, but we believe that the intense pressure that they're getting is taking the bait out of the system and the fish aren't going to stick around. It's that simple. We also think a buffer reduces user conflicts because there tends to be a fair amount of boat traffic on the immediate shore over there within a mile. So I would say that would be a very positive thing. I would also add there's been some talk about carve-outs. We are very much against carve-outs. A buffer is a buffer, and I don't know how you do carve-outs. Pretty soon you do that and the thing starts looking like Swiss cheese. And the problem is you get a carve-out because it's not an inhabited area. You don't know where those fish are going to end up. Maybe the spill happens in an uninhabited area, but they wash up on the beach 4 miles down the road at Cape Charles. So I don't think carve-outs are a good idea at all. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Atkins? That was about as fast as I see you do that.
I'm getting there.
That's what I'm talking about, guys, right there. Run out of daylight. Go ahead. Sorry.
Kim Husky.
I'm sorry, I'm here for another issue, surprisingly.
I didn't realize there was another one.
Kidder, last name Kidder, Ocean Harvesters.
Can I get a hand of how many of Ocean Harvest or Omega people were here to speak? Can we, Bonnie, is there a kind of way we can, is there any kind of way we can condense them down a little bit?
I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. McCord, you're on here, would you like to speak again? Oh, I must have signed the wrong one, sorry.
What's that?
I thought it was a sign-in sheet, not this comment sheet, sorry. J.C. Hutchins. J.C. Hutchins.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
J.C. Hudgens, President of the Virginia Watermen's Association, commercial waterman, and member of CMAC and SMAC. Good morning, Commissioner and Associate Commissioners. I'm here today to speak against the proposal to modify the Menhaden purse seine fishery area and time conditions. Commissioners, the Menhaden fishery in the Chesapeake Bay is in very good condition, contrary to what some groups want you to hear. A recent stock assessment done by the SMFC found that the fishery is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. In the spring of this year, during March, April, and May, a fishery I participated in, the Menhaden bait gillnet fishery, had one of the best years in the past 20 years. Science says the fishery is in very good shape, and this alone should convince you that these proposals are not needed. The Menhaden reduction fishery is a huge economic driver for the northern neck of Virginia and the town of Reedville. The Menhaden fishery is the primary reason that Virginia is number 3 nationwide in total seafood landings, only behind Alaska and Louisiana. Some of the people that work on these boats also work in the commercial fishing sector during the winter months, oystering and gill netting for rockfish. This proposal would set a dangerous precedent against all commercial fishing sectors. They say it is to reduce user conflicts. User conflicts occur all the time in all of the fisheries to some extent and have been going on for years, whether it be in the gillnet fishery, for rockfish, mackerel, or in the Menhaden bait fishery or crab potting. It doesn't just start this past year with the Menhaden purse seine fishery. My concern, and the concerns of all commercial watermen, are who is next in line to be attacked and which fishery is to be moved or put out of business because of user conflict. Commissioners, the seafood industry is very important to the economy of the state of Virginia. A recent survey done by Virginia Tech puts the seafood industry's economic impact at $1.2 billion, excluding restaurants and retail. So, if you're a waterman and you work in the seafood industry, and if you want to see Virginia's economy continue to grow, flourish and grow, vote against these proposals today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? That being said, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Board, I just want to run this by the board. You guys want to push through or take a break for lunch? Page 9 of 20. Push through? Kind of getting a... Got to vote? Well, you ain't gonna vote on it, buddy. So, let's go. Let's keep going.
John Bello.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record, sir.
John Bello. By the way, you know the mics aren't working. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Associate Commissioners. For the record, I am a recreational fishing member of the FMAC Committee, that's Fisheries Management Advisory Committee. My comments do not reflect the FMAC Committee today. I'm also on the Board of Directors for VSSA, Virginia Saltwater Sport Fishing Association, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs. Thank you for the hearing. Thank you to the administration for the proposal. Thank you to VMRC staff for all the work. I do believe that these measures will help reduce net spills, will help reduce user conflicts, but I didn't hear anything about monitoring or enforcement. Having said that, I thank you again for the hearing. VSSA supports this. I yield the rest of my time. We support this.
Thank you, Mr. Bellows. Any questions? Mr. Bellows? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Paul Ewing. Paul Ewing.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
State your name for the record and the microphone, please. State your name for the record. And the
Paul Ewing. First of all, I'm here on behalf of the most important fish in the bay. Second of all, I've been a guide in Virginia and Alaska for over 20 years. If we were in Alaska, we wouldn't be here. They would have already taken care of the problem with the menhaden. Second of all, I want you to see this.
Sir, are you addressing the commission, please?
This is
This is your audience right here.
All right. This is 20 years of records of news articles and everything over the last 20 years. Kick the can down the road. That's what's been going on for over 20 years.
Sir, once again, look.
I can't do that.
Right here. No. Can you pick that record up for me, please, Carl?
There you go. It's the records.
Once again, stay focused up here. They don't have any votes back there behind you.
Okay. I'm just going to go over some things here. Economics. 2011, Virginia, $236 million from fishermen, marinas, motels, hotels. 2,500 jobs supported by a healthy bay fishery. 2012, a panel of marine experts, value of leaving menhaden and other forage fish in the ocean as a food source for all fish species, birds, and so forth, $11 billion. Value of removing species like menhaden from the ocean and making fish meal, $5.6 million. Okay, regulations. In 2010 and 2016, bills to turn over management of menhaden to Virginia Marine Resource Commission from Atlantic States Marine Fisheries defeated in a General Assembly. 2020, VMRC finally got to management.
Hey, sir. This regulation, I've stated that already. Stay focused on what's proposed.
Okay. Well,
This
that's
regulation.
Regulations. Okay. How about the omega protein facts?
Anybody want to hear about the omega protein facts? Anyway, 2012 gave more than $234,000 to state politicians. 2012 spent $770,000 lobbying Congress. 2021, 13 fish kills since 2018. 2022, 2 fish kills with dead fish on Virginia beaches. Latest fish kill, approximately 12,000 red drum with no action by our officials. 2012, NC legislature prohibited omega from their waters due to a major kill of their prized red drum within 30 days. And today, the Albemarle Sound and the stripers are coming back. And I'm here on behalf of the striped bass fishery too, because if you go fishing in the bay today, you'll have a hard time finding fish. You can regulate the fish all you want to, but if they ain't there, why regulate one? So anyway, Albemarle Sound now has a lot of striped bass, and they're going up the
Your time's up, sir.
river.
Any questions for the speaker?
That's it. Got any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nope, can't do that.
I'd like to read his last name, Mr. or Mrs. Berry. Mr. or Mrs. Berry. Timothy Barberry. Curtis Haynes. Curtis Haynes.
First thing to do. There you go, sir. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Curtis Haynes. I've been working for Omega for 15 years. I'm a supervisor in the warehouse. And I'm part of the Second Chance program, mentor guys when they come home from jail. Give them second chance to be able to prove themselves to the community to say that they can have a job. And most of the guys, we never had life insurance, never had benefits. So Omega give us all of this. And I believe everybody have a purpose, and I believe everybody deserve a second chance. And I'm just asking y'all and everybody else, please don't take that away from us, because this is how we feed our family.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Jay Ford.
Mr. Ford, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record in the microphone.
Right. My name's Jay Ford. I'm with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I'm our Virginia policy advisor. First of all, I just want to thank the Commissioner, Secretary Voiles, the administration, and of course staff. Government work is thankless when it comes to Menhaden. I don't think that word's probably strong enough, but it's a public meeting. So CBF has been here many times. We've worked to ensure the sound management of this fishery for over a decade. Many of the General Assembly discussions that came up we were involved in, and it's why today's so important, because this is really the first time you all have an opportunity to exercise a new authority that was transferred to you. And it's also why it's so important you get it right. And it's why when we look at this today, I'm very grateful to staff, because what was put in front of you was a narrow question. It is, how do you deal with user conflict, and how do you limit the number of spills that are occurring? And the suggestion that's been put forward is fair on those accounts. It is looking at how do we minimize the impacts to Northampton County, that's seen a number of these spills, that's impacting their tourism industry, the ability for people to enjoy quality of life. How do we also minimize the spills, and that's getting people out of shallow water. It's just a common sense solution. So when you think about this today, I'm glad that this was focused, because it's a policy question, and it's about balancing two competing goods in a fishery. And what you have before you is very fair. I do want to point out that Northampton County every year is one of the poorest counties in Virginia. We lose a weekend of Savage Neck Dunes and Cape Charles Beach. That's a huge economic impact to the region, and it's one that we need to bear in mind when we're looking at management decisions for a fishery. The idea of carve-outs was mentioned very briefly. We would oppose any carve-outs to this. That makes it very difficult for law enforcement to enforce a buffer when it's a patchwork all around the bay. Additionally, the question is stopping spills, not stopping spills around people. And so we think it's really important that you hold on to the entirety of the proposal before you. And the last thing I would note is nothing today in the proposed changes affects the quota. In fact, Virginia will have slightly more in the upcoming year. So we're not taking money away from everyone. We're asking people to make a reasonable concession so we can balance competing interests. And that is what is in front of you all. It's a tough decision, but we're really grateful to you all for taking it on. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Any questions? Next speaker.
Ed Bianco.
Mr. Bianco, would you state your name into the mic, please?
It's Ed Capo Bianco.
Thank you. And do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes, sir. Ed Capo Bianco, I live on the Eastern Shore, Virginia, in Willis Wharf, member of a local fishermen's club. And I just want to say I support the proposal that you have and also the regulations. One of the things that I wasn't sure of, if the proposal is accepted and the regulations are enacted, how would they be enforced? How do we know that the boats stay out of the 1 mile zone?
We're not here to answer questions. If you just
Okay.
make your case, please.
Okay. So I do appreciate Omega's response to the spills and their conscientious nature from what I've heard. So I do think that the proposal rings a little hollow. I think it's a good step in the right direction because it really doesn't address the people that live on the shore full-time that will experience spills other than just the holidays. So I think there needs to be more done in the future. And what I would like to ask, if we can just put this in the record, will the VMRC ask the staff to investigate potential benefits and impacts on the Commonwealth, the food fishermen, recreational anglers, commercial Menhaden fishermen of various seasonal and zone changes in the factory Menhaden fishery in Virginia to reduce bycatch and improve the spawning stock of predator fish, including predator birds. So that would be something that could possibly be addressed in the future. And I think that's all I have.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thomas Moore. It could be Ward Moore. Thomas Moore. Sorry.
Make sure it is, sir. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Thomas Moore. I'm a captain for Ocean Harvesters. I've been a captain for 16 years. I've worked for the company for 25. I started in the Gulf of Mexico as a trainee fisherman and worked my way up. So the company's been good to me, and that's why I'm here. I was going to yield my time, but I needed to say that. Something that hadn't been talked about today is the bridge. It's kind of being rolled in with this, and I personally enjoy. I catch a lot of fish around that bridge and have in the past. The bridge opened in 1964. There has not been one incident with a Menhaden boat. Not a collision, injury, nothing. And that hadn't been talked about today. And I hope you look at that, not one. I mean, I've personally pulled tugboats off of it through. So, thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Yeah, Mr. Branson.
Captain, good morning, or good afternoon.
Yeah.
I had a question earlier for one of your co-captains, but the net depths, there's been question, I think somebody raised about, what's the typical net depth?
So that'll vary on the tide. The stronger the tide, the less depth you get.
I mean, the net you set, is it 80 feet, 60 feet, 50 feet?
You can figure it fishing, I like to figure it, hope that it's fishing 50, 60 feet.
Of depth?
Of depth.
And the net you want to the bottom or above the bottom?
It depends on, where you're at and what you're trying to do.
Okay.
In the ocean, you purse your net slow because you want it to stay down deep because the water's deeper and the fish generally are migrating and, more depth. In the bay, you purse your net faster. You're not so much concerned with the depth. You just want to get them because it's summertime and the fish
So you
are
can
moving.
adjust based on how quickly you set your net or purse it.
the fish where
How
you
deep
are.
that net goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Johnny Gaskins.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Johnny Gaskins. I'm the Vice President at Lion Shipyard, located in downtown Norfolk for over 90 years. We are a shipyard that employs over 400 people at both of our facilities. For the past 30 years, Lion Shipyard has been servicing dry docking and repairs to Omega Proteins vessels annually. We service their vessels from December to May. Any reduction in quotas could have a possible impact on the amount of vessels that are kept in circulation and that lend to repairs throughout the years, which would have an impact on the employees of Lion Shipyard as well. I asked the commissioner and members to consider that possible issue coming above.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Mr. Tankard?
Mr. Gaskins, you do realize we're not changing your quota, right?
I hope not.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure. I don't want somebody to think we're
I hope
decreasing
not.
quota here. We're not doing that.
I hope not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Hall.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Speak your name in the microphone.
My name is Andy Hall. Mr. Gear has used my name quite frequently today. I'm the general manager of Omega Protein in Reedville. I'd like to just talk a little bit about, we talked so much today about fish spills, the things that we are doing now to mitigate that. We have outfitted one of our boats as a rapid response unit. It's going to be staffed with supplies. We've built 2 little boats to put on it to use to skim these fish off the top of the water when they float, when they're, if they're spilled, because the issue is when they get to the beach. Last year, we did have, it was mentioned earlier, the dumpster issue. We use a company called HEPACO in Norfolk. They're our full-time OSPRO responder, but they were having trouble with COVID getting people. They had to get people from West Virginia. So it delayed our response. So we have made the decision to outfit this boat. We've spent well over $200,000 on it so far to get it so we can be anywhere in Chesapeake Bay in 4 hours. So when one of my captains calls me and says, hey, Andy, we've had an incident here, we don't know if fish are going to float, within 4 hours, I'll have a boat there standing by. And, one other thing that, Mr. Gear and I have a very good relationship. Even when it's not a spill, when one of my captains calls and says, we'd lost some fish here, I think they all were alive and swam away, I still call Mr. Gear and say, I don't want you to get blindsided if somebody sees a floating fish. This is the incident we've had. These are the Latin lawns. These are how many fish were in the net, and then we continue to go from there. But I just want you to know we're trying to be very proactive in making sure we keep these fish off the beach, even if we do spill them.
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Tankard?
I've heard a lot about the red drum, but people at the park sent me photos of cobia. Did that register at all with you all?
No, sir. We had no reports of anything being cobia with that spill. It was just menhaden in the drum.
Mr. France?
Yeah. Mr. Hall, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
How will this 17 days of no fishing around these holidays affect the employees?
I think it'll affect them tremendously. I mean, it's that's typically our really busy time. Believe me, our employees would rather not be on the 4th of July, but it's the time of year that we're making that transition from the bay to the ocean. There are typically a lot of fish, and it's to pull 17 days right out of your season like that. And then if you happen to have a fall of the year where you get a lot of storms, where we miss a lot of time fishing in the fall, then it'll even compound more. Because sometimes, we get fall of the years. This year has been a blessing, but some falls we get 2 or 3 storms come and we don't fish.
And how many employees does that affect in your company?
It would affect, in Reedville, it would affect the shore base as well, so probably 200.
And that's just you?
That's just
you?
That's just us.
And
That's not the.
You're talking about the other people
No.
that fish in the bait fishery also?
That's the truth, and that's also not counting the people who are bringing us diesel fuel. All that's local as well. If you carve 17 days out of that, it's going to be detrimental.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Erskine?
Mr. Hall.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. You spoke about, what you may be doing in the future to address fish spills, and I applaud that. But currently, with fish spills that may occur, what is your regulatory responsibility, if any, currently?
Honestly, my response to, 'cause I personally go to the Eastern Shore anytime we have one, because that's typically where they are. I go to if a landowner has called, I talk to them, I get their address, and when I get there, I say, this is our spill, we're taking responsibility for it. We will be here until it's cleaned up at no cost to you and to your satisfaction. Now, that's the responsibility that we take. Sometimes it may not be ours, but we take credit for it.
Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
That's what you do on your own accord, but you're not regulatorily responsible to do that.
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you.
Gary Kellitz with Omega. Gary Kellitz. Frederick Rogers.
Please, Ron, you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name in the microphone for the record.
I'm Frederick Rogers. My family's been commercial fishing in the Chesapeake Bay for over 100 years. I'm the owner of Reedville Bait and hold one of the 2 purse seine licenses in the state. 100% of our fish go to crab bait to support the blue crab industry and chum for sport fishing. We fish in close, especially on the Eastern Shore, because that's where the fish are bigger in the summer months. Catching bigger fish is essential for 2 reasons. They are preferred by crabbers, and they produce a better quality chum for sport fishing. We have a very limited market for smaller fish found in different areas of the bay. The 1 mile buffer would take fishing grounds from my bait business while doing nothing to eliminate spills. For 33 years, I have yet to have a single fish wash up on the shore. According to VMRC's data, we have a 0.11 chance of having a fish spill. That's 1 in every 1,000 sets, which would take me 12 years to do. It's unbelievable that you would put a mile buffer around the entire bay, depriving us of prime fishing grounds. If you want to minimize effects of a spill, we should concentrate on a fast cleanup response, as everybody else has said, so that there is no impact to the shoreline. Remember, this is a very rare occurrence. Another regulation that would harm the bait sector would be the bay closures for holidays. Closing the bay for 17 days would be a blow to our fishery. I've never heard of a private company being denied the right to work on or around a holiday. For example, tying up the week of 4th of July would cost me $13,000 just in guaranteed pay for my men not to work. In 2021, the bait quota was fulfilled by the 2 bait boats. And when the spring of 22 came around, there was a bait shortage, not just in Virginia, but coastwide. The 1 mile buffer would be detrimental to the bait industry, but what will come next? Kicking the purse seine fishing out of the bay? If we're kicked out of the bay, where would the bait come from to fulfill the blue crab industry? Where would the chum for the sport fishermen come from? This season, I caught 77% of my fish in the bay. So if I'm kicked out of the bay, that would be disastrous for the bait industry, the blue crab industry, and sport fishermen. I ask that you vote down these regulations as proposed and let the fishery accept responsibility for the very rare spill. Thank you.
Any questions? Ms. Callum?
One section that you didn't mention was the area around the bridge. What were your thoughts about
Well,
that area?
I don't typically fish around the bridge a whole lot. That's getting out into the bay. And typically the smaller fish migrate down in the bay area. And so we that's the reason I know it's a conflict, but we fish responsibly on the Eastern Shore. Like I said, we haven't had a spill since 1989. And we prefer the bigger fish because that's what the crab potters want. So that's where we can concentrate our fishery.
Yes, sir. Mr. France?
Yes, sir. How would this buffer zone affect you fishing? Would you catch less fish? Would you have to fish longer?
I would catch less fish when the fish are migrating down. It's just 20 years ago, it might have been not as bad. Things changed, but
when the bigger fish come down the bay, they tend to come down the eastern shore in close. And that's the fish I can sell. That's the fish I've always sold. So you have to take all the wind in effect, and like Jimmy was saying, we know all the fingers and shoals and all that, and you try to be very responsible for large bunches of fish or anything else, but you get kicked off a mile, a lot of our fishing is in there closer where those fish are hugging the shoreline coming down the bay.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
James Smith.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. My
State
name
your-
is Jane Smith, and I'm from Silver Beach, Virginia, in Northampton County on the eastern shore of Virginia. And I would like to say to the commission, I think you have a very difficult decision to make. One issue that I'd like to bring up that we haven't addressed is taking responsibility for the fish kills when they occurred. We had 2 spills at Silver Beach. I was there for both of them, July 2nd and July 5th. And Omega Proteins did not take responsibility for the July 2nd spill. As a result, we had something that I'm not aware of, was aware of, is the bacterial contamination of the shoreline. So I allowed my granddaughter to go fishing. I said, just go on out past the fish. And as a result, she became sick with an intestinal infection for 2 days, and she recovered without going to the hospital. Another child, a 5-year-old, whose parents allowed him to go in the water, didn't realize he had a cut on his foot, and he wound up in the hospital with a bacterial infection that was very serious, but he did recover. So that's something I'm very concerned about. If we have organizations that are not taking responsibility for getting these fish out of the water before they reach our beaches and cause contamination, I'm concerned about what's going to happen to these private beaches like Cherry Stone Campground, Kipta Peak KOA, Smith Beach, Silver Beach, and all the ones in between. We don't have testing of the waters, so we don't know that or have the authority to close beaches like maybe Cape Charles would or Kipta Peak State Beach. So it's something I'm very, very concerned about. I was pleased to hear the general manager of Omega Proteins talk about how quickly they will come to clean up fish spills. But I wonder about the other companies that are also catching menhaden. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Tom Lilly. Tom Lilly.
Just raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name in the microphone for the record, please.
Thomas Lilly. I'm from Whitehaven, Maryland. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. One aspect of this regulation is for conservation, to save some small amount of menhaden for the environment. That's the day seasonal aspect of this. And I'd like to clear up one thing that was said about a lack of causal connection between the menhaden harvesting and the problem we're having with our striped bass spawning stock. As I'm sure you all know, Chesapeake Bay spawning stock, which is supposed to be producing 60% of the young fish for the Atlantic and everything we get here, has just had the 3rd year of the worst young of the year or juvenile production in record. That's not a guess, that's a fact. And I think I've mentioned to you all another important fact, and that is the Commission spent 10 years studying the relation between forage fish and striped bass. They were the signature species for that study. And the Commission ERP press release on ERPs said that striped bass are the most sensitive fish to the menhaden harvest. So there you have it right there. If something's wrong, there's an over-harvesting of menhaden when you see a distinct problem with the striped bass. And right now, we have the worst problem with the striped bass we could have because they're failing in reproduction. Nothing gets worse than that. Think about the future for our children, our grandchildren, and all those that are dependent on that wonderful, wonderful fishery. It looks very, very poor. Another thing I'd like you to think about when you're thinking about conservation is we have a eternal conflict going on here between business, profits, hundreds of millions of dollars of value given by the state of Virginia, and what fishing means to all of these people that are supporting change. It is probably, for most of them, the most important thing in their life. It's the thing that they enjoy with their family. It's being with their children and their grandchildren. And I want to give you a quick example of the vast difference in what we're talking about here. If I could have just a minute, Commissioner.
You got about a half a minute according to that light. So
Okay.
you gotta tighten up.
All righty. There's a thing called Fish for the Cure that happened up in Annapolis this summer. 60 sport fishing boats went out, as they have for the last 10 years, raising money for cancer. And they raised $600,000. And the fishing was the worst it's been in the last 15 years.
Your
It was
time's-
terrible.
Time is up. Is there any questions for the speaker? Mr. Hurst.
Mr. Lilly.
Yes.
Some of your testimony was suggesting, I think, that the striped bass population is in decline because of purse seine menhaden fishing. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Absolutely.
I'd remind the commission, I think we were discussing that before with some of the testimony, that that's actually not accurate and there's no data to support that.
Well, I just gave you the data, I believe.
Thank you.
You got to talk to the speaker first. Any more questions? Thank you.
Can I answer the question? He had a question for me.
You said you just gave the data, and I disagree with that, but he answered, he's
Commissioner, the commission spent 10 years studying the relationship between menhaden and striped bass, and the conclusion was,
all right, Mr. Lilly, conclusion is you finished talking. Next speaker, please.
he asked a question, but I can't answer
You
it.
finished. Finished.
Okay.
Let's go.
Fair enough.
Listen, guys, stay on topic. We're talking about this reg, the buffer, holiday closures, Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Do I got to keep saying it every time you talk? Stay on topic. Next speaker.
Don Sanford. Don Sanford. Patrick Link. Patrick Link. Thomas Ward.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Thomas Ward. I'm from near Oyster on the Eastern Shore. I wanted to say that I'm in support of the regulation. A couple comments would be, in my mind, I can see where people might have to go a little further on the days of these closures, but I don't think, in my interpretation of regulation, anybody's stopped from fishing. They just have to fish outside of the bay. Is that correct? I believe that is. I also want to say that I would hope that you would look at possibly making that a further distance from the shore, or at least in the future, if not now, because there's so much shallow water. I think it's very problematic. Where I live in Oyster, everybody I know fishes. Most of them are commercial fishermen and crabbers, all my friends. And this has just been a terrible season. Anybody here that fishes, I think, pretty much knows that. Every fish stock was way down. We hear about the effect on jobs with this regulation, and I don't see it. If you have to go a little further to fish, that may cost Omega some money, but I don't see where that's going to displace jobs. Where jobs are being displaced are on the Eastern Shore. The poorest county in the state of Virginia is where I live. And I see people, I'd invite all of you to come over or get on the phone and call a hotel. You can't find a hotel that is full. It used to be every room was full. Every Airbnb was leased out. We have to work at several different jobs to make a living over there. And the tourism, not just summer tourism, but the fishing tourism is effectively gone to a large degree. This is hurting many, many people. These are small businessmen. They're not corporations that have lobbyists that are coming here and talking about everything and making their employees show up. These are people who are struggling to survive that are losing their livelihoods more and more every year. And these Airbnbs or rentals are sitting there empty, and it's hurting everybody, every small business over there. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Patrice Noel.
Raise your hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Could you state your name? in the mic?
Patrice Noel.
Thank you. Proceed.
My name is Patrice Noel. I am the wife of Emma Hayden, fisherman in Reeville. My husband, Robert Noel, has fished for Ocean Harvesters for 7 years. He and his family are no strangers to the business, as his father had a 40-year career in the menhaden industry as a fisherman as well. He also has brothers, nephews, and many cousins that work in the business, some who are here today. Robert loves his job and has a lot of room for advancement at Ocean Harvesters. Robert holds his 1,600-ton captain's license, and he is working towards a goal of one day becoming a captain, which would be a major milestone for our family. Robert and I have 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy, ages 6, 9, and 12. Our family's sole income is from Robert's job at Ocean Harvesters. Without his stable income and insurance, I don't know what my family would do. This company is more than just a source of income for us. It has become as part of our family. If he had lost his job, it would not only affect our means of living, but also our friends and families. I ask that families like ours are considered during the decisions that are made today, because like many others, this industry is truly our livelihood. That's it.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am.
Chris Seiss. Chris Seiss, or Cease, Chris Cease, S-I-S-S. Mike Wayne. Laverne Phillips. Mike Wayne.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Yep. My name is Mike Wayne, and I am representing the American Sport Fishing Association. ASA is the nation's recreational fishing trade association and represents tackle manufacturers, dealers, and anglers. We have a vested interest in the conservation of our shared public resources because recreational fishing is a major economic driver with almost 1 million anglers in Virginia alone and 1.3 billion in economic output in the Commonwealth. Reduction fishing has been operating out of Reeville for almost 150 years, and this is the first time I'm aware of that the Commonwealth has considered action on its own to restrict purse seine fishing. So if the industry is worried about this setting a precedent, I'd argue the precedent is long overdue. Put simply, the commercial menhaden industry opposes every regulation. I had other examples, but I've excluded that from my testimony to keep this shorter. In 2021, several recreational fishing representatives on the MMAC proposed a purse seine buffer like the proposal VMRC is considering today to address net spills and user conflicts. At the time, the reduction industry dismissed the need for such a buffer because net spills are rare. Here we are in 2022, after several net spills, including one that killed over 12,000 pounds of large spawning redfish, and instead of taking ownership and coming to the table with reasonable options to address net spills, they are trying to carve out exemptions for areas where the public won't see the spills, or just clean up the spills more quickly. This is not a concerted effort by wealthy recreational fishermen. According to the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation, over half of all anglers have a median household income less than $75,000. We are anglers from all walks of life, Chesapeake Bay business owners that support local communities, and as the Secretary said, we are asking you to enact common sense solutions that address net spills and user conflicts. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the speaker? Yes, Mr. Erskine.
Mr. Wayne, thank you. Do you think that the three proposals that are on the table will address net spills effectively, eliminate or prevent those?
I think there's only one way to find out, sir, and that's to implement them. And there'll be opportunity, I believe, for VMRC to reconsider anything that was implemented and analyze whether these measures address net spills adequately or something else is needed. But we have to start somewhere, and this represents a common sense proposal that the administration spoke this morning, worked with all the stakeholders to develop. And I believe there was a range of alternatives that were included in that discussion, and that range of alternatives through input from all the stakeholders got whittled down to the proposal that you are all considering today. And so will those measures be effective? I don't know. If anybody else knows in this room, let us know. But obviously, there's got to be something to address the net spills that continue to happen. What the most effective measure is unknown, but this is a good starting place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Higgins.
Ms. Higgins, how are you?
Good, it's nice to see you today.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Jacqueline Higgins. Hi, folks. I'm Jacqueline Higgins, and I'm here representing the Virginia membership of the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. I just want to state it for the record today that TRCP is in support of these proposals as they currently stand. We believe it's a great first step to address net spills and user conflict in the Bay, as we've been saying all this entire year. And I kind of want to speak a little bit on the science of why we believe that there should be a little bit more regulation in the Bay and go into that. So to our knowledge, we know that there's no science that shows that menhaden reduction fishing is not causing any harm to the Bay ecosystem from high levels of localized fishing pressure. But we do know that historically the Bay was the most important nursery habitat for the Atlantic menhaden stock. It contributed about 70% of the entire coastwide stock. But the latest science, which was done about 10 years ago, shows that now the Bay's contribution to the coastwide stock has decreased by between 16 and 65%. So we don't know exactly why that is. There's been a couple studies done by researchers over here who are involved in making our ecosystem models that we use to manage the coastwide stock. There's a combination of factors at play here. There's environmental factors, there's commercial landings factors, but I'm going to quote here from a study in 2016 from a couple of the researchers who are involved in creating the ecosystem models. So the results of this 2016 study suggest that coastwide assessment and management of species like menhaden may be obscuring important processes occurring at regional scales. Understanding and accounting for recruitment dynamics at appropriate spatial scales may lead to more effective management. So if we don't know that something negative is happening, it shouldn't be up to the public to prove that something negative is happening, right? We don't need to prove that. It should be up to whoever is utilizing the public resource to prove that they're not having a negative impact on this public resource. So lastly, I just want to touch a little bit on the socioeconomic impacts. I really commend the administration for taking into account all the stakeholders in this entire process over the year. You know, it's not just the people in the menhaden industry who are directly using the industry. It's commercial and recreational fishermen who harvest game fish. It's crabbers who rely on safe and productive nearshore habitats. It's tourism operators who rely on income and beautiful beaches to get people to come and stay at their hotels and their Airbnbs. Blue-collar workers whose careers rely on menhaden in the water who aren't getting paid to be here today, right? We need to take them into account. So I do appreciate that. And I just want to say again that TRCP is supportive of this proposal as it stands currently.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Colonel Rogers, we're gonna have to take a break. Thank you. I'm having a couple commission members we need to take a break, so 30 minutes? 30 minutes for lunch is good? 30 minutes? We're gonna adjourn for 30 minutes so we can have lunch and we'll proceed, let's say 1:30. All right, everyone. The December 6, 2022 session is back in order. Where were we? Talking about? I think we're at mid.
We're still on item one, number one.
Still on number one? All right, well, Colonel, you got your list ready?
Yes, sir.
The Colonel's gonna call several names. If you guys could line up without, blocking the way or something, if you could. Proceed.
All right, Robert Myers, Dan Bell, William Pappas, and William Carwine. You guys can line up.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but truth? State your name for the record.
Robert Myers, Nassawanex Creek, Eastern Shore. And I'd like to address this proposal from our standpoint of the damage, economic and denial of the use of the recreational waters that's been caused by the Menhaden spills. In 2015, I met as a result of work with Senator Lewis, met with Commissioner John Bull, Fisheries Rob O'Reilly, who was a predecessor here also, Advantage Strategies, Representative Robert Crockett, and Sue Gaston from our public relations firm representing Omega Pro Team to address the continuing fouling of the Northampton beaches. And I heard during this period all of the good things that you heard this morning about what a great job everybody does, including the boat captains, to try to be careful to make sure that there's no detrimental effects. The problem is it hasn't fixed a thing. Nothing has happened. We've had the same thing over again every single year. In 2016, I sent a letter to read into the record here through Rob O'Reilly on the 27th of June 16th, which should be in the VMRC records. One of the problems that I have with some of the regulations currently in existence is in 62.1-194, which says that it shall be unlawful for any person to dump, place, put, or cause to be dumped any object or substance which may be reasonably expected to contaminate or substantially impair the lawful use or enjoyment of such waters and their environs by others. And this certainly comes under that code, and I'm hoping that the proposal that is on the table now will solve some of this problem, because it has not been solved in the past. And I fully support the proposal as it is being on the table to try to see if we can move forward a little bit and stop some of the detrimental effects that are happening to the Eastern Shore. Have any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Thank you for your time, sir. Council, read that code section in its entirety for you, please. Just sit tight.
Yes, sir, I certainly will do.
Just sit tight. She's going to read it for you, word for word.
Just to make sure I heard you correctly,
I gave that in a letter to.
I get it. Listen. She's going to read it to you.
62.1-194. Except as otherwise permitted by law, it shall be unlawful for any person to cast, throw, or dump any garbage, refuse, dead animal, trash, carton, can, bottle, container, etc., except fish or crab bait in any form, into any of the waters of this Commonwealth.
Yes.
Except fish.
Yeah, I'm fully aware. That's the preceding part of the code. But right after that is the taking away the useful waters and use of them.
It doesn't include fish. It's exempt. Fish are not included in that code section. It's exempt fish. Thank you. Next speaker. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is William Pappas. I represent 15-plus charter captains of the Virginia Beach chartering industry. If I'd add the names of the record after I leave if needed. But I'm here to support the regulation with them as my backup and to support. And I have to actually add some common sense things to today's discussion. You know, we always talk about this best available science to make our decisions. I don't envy you guys at all. You guys have a really tough deal today. You got half of the whole town of Omega here, and you got us a couple of us scattered in trying to balance the scale and tell you both. And you can't blame Omega for doing it. You can't. I mean, it's the biggest filibuster I've ever witnessed in my life. But at the same time, It's what it is, and I respect them because they're hella people. They're excuse my bad language. They're great people. They're hardworking fishermen. They're great family members. They put their kids through college. I can't do that with the fishing that's left over for me from what they've done. But at the same time, I'm here to tell you that it's not a healthy fishery. ERPs, reference points along the whole entire East Coast, or say there's 10 of them, for example, and one of them is completely starved, like maybe Ethiopia starved, and all the other countries are doing great. We're going to average it all in and say that everybody's great, there's not a food problem anywhere, and we're fine. And the only people that are complaining are the people in Virginia. With all our food missing. We're the ones starving here. We're the only ones offering up all our prize value. Some of it goes to Canada. The rest goes to, lipstick and dog food, which is great for America. But that's not what it should be. They're making millions. They're making $500 million industry. You think millions of dollars and people that make millions of dollars are going to not protect making millions of dollars? Do you think for a second they're going to want to make one less millions of dollars? I got to stop real quick and let you know I totally respect you guys, and don't interpret my passion for disrespect. It's total respect. I just have a lot of passion for this industry. But you're talking about millions of dollars. And they're going to protect millions of dollars. They're not going to let a scrap of that go through. And the can's been kicked so many times down the road, they're dying for another kick. They got the hands up waiting for the field goal. At the end of the day, this can could stop today and get its first time where the can flattens out for a minute. It's going to have one regulation. The fact that they don't like it, even though they almost agreed to it and came to terms with it with the governor, but the fact that they don't like it is more the reason, because we look at it as charter fishermen as this is not what we want. We want a reduction in the bait cap. We do not think there's a healthy stock. We do not think it's fair to use the whole country to say our bay is healthy because we can't count them because they move so fast. It's an uncountable fish because they're traveling all the time. That's too bad. That's bad science. But your unenviable task is to go ahead and take the only things you have given. I'm out there 200 charters a year. I put 28,000 miles on my boat in the last 2 years. I've got it all chalked and written. I've seen the bay. I personally, with my last few seconds, want to tell you what it's done to other fisheries. Carolina striper fishery, gone. Bunker in the ocean front at the end of the year, gone. These guys pack it up. I don't. I fish year round. I'm out there in November, December, October, November, all the way through February. I'm togging. I'm out there throwing the cast net, getting my bait, filling my freezer for the next year. And I can't do that. The last 3 years, there's no bunker up there. No bunker in Rudy, no peanut bunker. No baby bunker,
Time
there's
is
no
up.
big bunker. I'm gone.
I got a question.
Yeah, hold on, got a question for you.
Anyone have any questions?
You say there's no bunker in front of Rudy right now.
I'd love to tell you about that.
I shrimp there on a daily basis right now.
Okay.
And there is massive amounts of bunkers going down.
Okay, because
The
I'm out there
coast
going
right
right by you every day. And where are you seeing them? Because I'm looking, I've seen the birds barely working out maybe 9 miles. You got them at 19, but where are you finding your bunker? I'd love to. I got to throw the net
Within
for
3
them.
miles from the shore. We're seeing them every day. I'm just stating a fact that you said that was not there.
Oh, no, there's not. There's not compared to what they've been in years past. There's not what they've been for the 30 years I've commercial fished this area and fished this area. There's nothing like the clouds going across the whole entire bay. If you take off one area, why don't they go to Carolina anymore? Why aren't there bunker in Carolina anymore? Why don't we, there are some, but why don't boats come out of Rudy Inlet with the $11 million fishery that's missing from the oceanfront and go, turn right, go that way, they're there. Turn left, they're there. Gone. Killed whole tournaments. I had a whole tournament with not a single fish caught in the oceanfront.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you too. Any other questions?
No other questions.
I bet.
Mr. Carlisle, Cole Sullivan, Pete McClintock, Tyler Rowe.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can you state your name in the mic, please? for the record?
William B.J. Carwhite Jr. Real quick, common sense doesn't prevail sometimes. You have to have a medium ground. If we don't do something now about the bay, you can look on TV. I have a friend that's a Bering Sea captain. They're traveling 200 more miles towards Russia. Yes, it's costing more money, but they were told about climate change. Did we do anything about it? Nope, now we are. We're bent over backwards for air pollution. We're stopping gasoline cars. We're going to have battery cars. Common sense prevails. If we don't do something to protect the most beautiful body God or the Big Bang Theory invented, it could be dead. And once it's dead, it's dead. You go to a cemetery, it's dead. on Omega, people say about fishing. Here it is, right here. Made in America, ingredients from overseas. And it's nothing FDA approved on no Omega bottle. So this is a placebo. The government has gave me, here's my prescription, Omega-3. It's a placebo because if it's not FDA approved.
Let's get back on track here.
Yeah.
Regulation, buffer, the holidays,
Right.
and the Bay Bridge tunnel. Stay on topic. You're going down the
Okay.
road that I'm not gonna let you go down.
It needs to be, the regulation should be out in the ocean. It shouldn't be no fishing in the ocean. Other people go in the ocean and fish every day. They ain't gonna lose their jobs, they ain't gonna lose their money. It will cost the company more money to fish though. Comes down to capitalism and greed. And once it's gone, it's gone. Thank you all, everybody here for your time.
Sir, hold on a second. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Thank you for your time. Yeah. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Nicole Sullivan. I work for Anderson Propane Service, headquartered in Fredericksburg, Virginia. We supply over $4 million worth of propane to Omega annually, as well as service their propane facility. I am here to speak about how restricting Omega's processing capability has implications far beyond Reedville. Approximately 2/3 of Virginia's propane usage is tied to heat-related usage in the residential and commercial sectors. Excuse me. This dilemma results in reduced hours often for drivers and service technicians. Omega generates very high demand this time of year, solving this problem for us. So because of the high summer demand, we're able to keep our drivers and technicians employed full-time year-round, which is hugely unique in the industry. In fact, there's another retailer in that area who has mandated 32 hours a week for all staff from Memorial Day to Labor Day. It also creates business for truck mechanics and adds value to various administrative roles like myself. The propane supplied to Omega originates from West Point with dedicated staff supplied by the railroad. Omega's impact is far-reaching. I can also objectively tie Omega's processing capability to the price of propane for homeowners and business operators. One of the cost components of propane is derived from the ratio of winter to summer gallons. The more gallons we're able to purchase and sell in the summer, the lower that cost component goes. So, in large part because of this relationship with Omega, Anderson Propane is expanding into the Northern Neck region. And we will be able to offer reduced pricing to these consumers simply because we're able to sell so much summertime propane to Omega. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Pete McClintock or Tyler Rowe. Sam Ashby. Doris Kraus-Matt. Monica Shinneman.
I'm not speaking on this subject.
And is that Kermit Ashby? Kermit Ashby? That's it, sir. Got this signed up.
I almost want to stand up. Thank you, sir. Pat, you have anything to add before we move forward, put the matter before the commission?
I guess so. Mr. Chairman, I was on that list for Omega.
There were several names on there I could not read. They looked like doctors.
Yeah, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Just very quickly, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but there were a lot of good comments. Some of the information, we may disagree with. I mean, Shannon and I were talking about this. Mr. Hiles made a comment about bycatch. It's a good point. We haven't had a bycatch study on Menhaden since 1994. Herb Austin at VIMS. So you know, those are some of the things we need to have done. I mean, Rob and Shannon both mentioned about, you know, even if we stop menhaden fishing completely, striped bass will not recover. And that's from the, you know, ecological reference points from the most state-of-the-art stock assessments are saying that. So I'll say it again, even if we stop fishing together, all menhaden fishing all together in Virginia, striped bass will not recover. Okay, that's something that some people are missing. They're trying to, there is a link with striped bass and menhaden, but it's not the smoking gun. There's a lot of other factors. Climate change, somebody mentioned. There's a lot of other things going on. You know, climate change, we're seeing shifting populations that we have to consider. I'm sympathetic to Omega. Omega is a strong community. They showed out in force today, and I'm supportive of that. But I'm also supportive of the Eastern Shore folks that were impacted by this year after year with fish washing ashore, and they can't use their public beaches. And that is a concern. We need more monitoring. You know, we need more science. If all the time and effort we put into this room today was put into talking to your congressional delegates and your General Assembly to get us the research money for people like Dr. Latour to do the research we need to come up with, you know, the reference points for the
Speak to the microphone, because we got to get it for the
I'm
record.
sorry. We'd be able to solve part of this problem. But people do not want to wait. Science takes time. We can't do it. We can't do it immediately. So that's all I really want to say, and thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Tankard?
So let me ask you, Pat, one of the things that I'm trying to understand, we've had the Secretary of Natural Resources here. Was there a deal of sorts made with Omega about this, what we're looking at today as far as taking a vote on? I mean, it seems to me that there was a discussion that the administration had with industry.
Okay.
And they've come up with this regulation. But now we're seeing industry's not so much
All I can tell you, I was a conduit for the data. I provided information to Commissioner Green, and the conversations were held with Commissioner Green and Secretary of Oils and the Governor's office, from what I understand from industry.
So could you shorten that up a little bit? I'm sorry, was that?
I was not in the room for those discussions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we don't really know.
You know, I can tell you from my position in speaking on this, we have met with every stakeholder. Pat has spoken with them via telephone, met with them. And there was some comment made about we didn't meet with one particular group in the purse seine fishery. That was not true. We've met consistently with every group. I've met with the VSSA several times and spoke with them. Everybody was very respectful. I haven't had any negative experiences. We put the data together. Fisheries managers put together the maps you see, the dots. All that was presented.
Right.
And after careful deliberation of all parties, not just by me, but by the administration as well, this is what came out of it.
Okay. Well, that helps me.
Yeah,
Mr. France?
Yes, my question is, can you give us a scientific data on the health of the menhaden stock? I mean,
Yeah, I could do that. That should be pretty easy.
before we get into discussions on
Even I can handle that. I think I can handle that. The most recent stock assessment, which was just finished, an ecological reference points, and Shannon, jump up anytime you want, showed that there was a minimal chance of overfishing even with a large increase in the harvest, coastwide harvest. As a result, the ASMFC just approved roughly about a 20% increase in the coastwide total allowable catch, which means we are going to see roughly, in that addendum that took place, we did lose part of our allocation. It was at 78.66. It's going down to 75.2. But because of that increase, we're actually seeing a net increase in our quota that we'll be receiving starting in 2023 through 2025. That quota, it didn't raise the bait cap. So where's that quota going to come from? It's going to have to be fished in the ocean. So it's saying it's healthy. As Dr. Latour said, it's a situation where we have a healthy stock. It's not overfished. Overfishing is not occurring. And the ASMFC, which is the governing body, decided to raise the quota. Meanwhile, we have fisheries in our own state here that are overfished, and overfishing is occurring, and we're spending all our time dealing with menhaden. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear that before we started our
Okay.
deliberations.
Can I ask one question? What was the poundage increase for Virginia's portion? Roughly, just guesstimate, throw a number out there.
The poundage increase?
Yeah, was it like 50 million pounds?
Do the
Something like
metric
that?
tons.
50 million pounds. What was the total coastwide? It was 90-some million pounds?
It went from,
So we went from
230
They went from 216.
to 236.
Well, so we went from 194 metric tons up to
35.
33.5.
230,
220.
oh, 220, and then it's,
2.5.
okay, now
Yes.
it's 235.
So it went up.
And Virginia's increase is, I can look if you want me to just pull the numbers real quickly, but I'd need to look specifically.
And what was the sentiments from, I mean, I was there, but can you express to the board of the health of the Menhaden stock by the Atlantic states?
So the reason that so as Pat just previously stated, the board voted to increase the total allowable catch for Atlantic Menhaden. They did this on the basis of the fact that the stock is showing that it is incredibly healthy. The stock is not overfished. Overfishing is not occurring. We're managing the species on an ecological reference point, and the ecological reference point aims to keep striped bass at its target biomass. Now, striped bass are nowhere near their target biomass right now as they are overfished. So the ASMFC has preemptively decrease the amount of menhaden through that ecological reference point that we are able to take in order to leave enough menhaden in the water to supply striped bass at their target biomass when they reach that level. We anticipate that that's probably going to take about 10 years to see that effect. We don't know, but that's the aim, that's the goal. It could happen earlier, and the reason why we're leaving menhaden in the water for that purpose is if they hit that target biomass at that time, there will be enough menhaden for them. So that's how they manage the species. We increased the TAC, the board voted to increase the TAC actually much lower than they could have, in the name of making sure that they were conservative. So there was a range of TAC options presented to the board. The board selected an option that was actually even lower than any of the options that they were presented because they wanted to make sure that they were being conservative when they raised the TAC.
What was the highest number offered? You
The
mentioned-
highest that they could have gone had they wanted to go to like 50, so there's a 50% chance of going over the target, which is normally where we manage to. That was 280 metric tons.
No, wait, they came in at 235, so they came in 50,000 metric tons lower
Correct.
than what the target could have.
Correct. And much
been
lower
according to
than a
much el-
50% chance.
The same kind of management we use for other species.
Actually, a much more conservative management than we oftentimes use for other species in the name of guarding the ecosystem.
The probability of exceeding those targets is much lower than other species.
Any more questions for staff?
Yeah, I've got one more question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tankers.
So what you're saying is in 2023, here in Virginia, we'll catch more menhaden than we did in 2022, even if we did this regulation proposed today.
We have the ability to.
We have the ability to. The quota will go up for the state of Virginia, yes.
So
Not the Bay Cat.
Not the Bay
The
Cap.
Bay Cap will not change. It will
Bay
remain the
cap
same.
stays the same, but the
Correct.
chances are greater of catching more poundage of fish from menhaden for 2023. They have more.
There's more
capacity.
opportunity.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you for, I really do appreciate everybody's input and all the work that staff has put into this. That being said, matters before the commission. Mr. Hadley.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to replace the 3 regulations that are in board right now with this. Fishery agrees to not fish in the state territorial waters inside the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel on Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays of both Memorial Day and Labor Day holidays. Fishery also agrees to not fish in state territorial waters inside the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel on the 4th of July and the federally recognized holiday of that week. Fishery also agrees to not fish in state territorial waters inside the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel on all Saturdays and Sundays between Memorial Day and Labor Day. There's a 5-year memorandum of understanding saying the fishery agrees to not fish within a half a mile of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel as a measure of cooperation to minimize user conflicts with the recreational angling community. And last, a memorandum of understanding upon agreement by both parties is the fishery agrees to work collaboratively with the Governor's Office and General Assembly members to address geographic buffers along the densely populated areas of the eastern shore of Virginia, inside the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and the Virginia Beach region.
That's a mouthful. Got that?
That was.
We're gonna second.
So let me just clarify what this would do, because this isn't a regulation. It has no force of law. So essentially, the motion is to substitute the regulation with what is essentially a resolution in terms of like, this is our understanding. I want to emphasize that so that everybody knows what exactly is on the table.
Sir, Lynn?
Question, could you clarify the 4th of July week again? Was that,
It is the 4th of July and the federally recognized holiday of that week, which would be, I guess, the government holiday, which holiday the government recognizes.
Lynn?
I'd like the second.
I have a second. I have a second from Lynn.
Discussion?
Discussion. France?
Yeah, how many days would that close the fishery?
Technically, you're looking at Saturday and Sunday and Monday of both Memorial Day and Labor Day, so it'd be in 6. You're looking at the 4th of July and the federally recognized holiday of that week. So I guess it all depends on when the 4th of July falls.
I could, Kelsey, could you go over the distinction that you just made again for me, because I think I need to hear it again.
So what has been proposed right now is just basically, let me back up. So the commission speaks through motions and votes. So what this is essentially just the commission saying that it is its collective understanding that this is the case, that the fishery has agreed to these specific things. It has no force of law. It cannot be enforced. I wouldn't even really call it an agreement in the traditional sense of the word, because it's like there's no signatories, there's no parties, there's no penalties. However, if it did have the force of law, we probably couldn't consider it at all, because regulations, as everyone knows, have a very specific process that they have to go through.
I think, referring to Mr. Tanker's question earlier, I would like to ask the secretary to provide any input from the administration standpoint, if this was something that they were considering as an option, and let him speak on that as well, or if they're comfortable with it, since this was kind of a mutual outreach to all the industries.
Can you get this on the board? Can you get this typed out so we can see it?
I don't know if you get it typed up.
We can do it if you give us.
Do you have a copy of it?
We can put it in.
Printer, you gonna give them?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Headley, I appreciate your thought, and I appreciate y'all sitting through this hour-long process and hearing all the concerns there. What the administration, what the governor, what I really tried to do throughout this entire year was address these kind of two main points of user conflicts and really looking at ensuring that we're being good stewards of the bay. Looking at the proposal as since, I understand what council is saying in terms of kind of the enforceability of it. And that's something that, you know, we all heard and we all understand. You know, just by quick math, you know, if you're talking Saturday and Sundays throughout Memorial Labor Day, you're actually excluding more days of fishing. Looking at really coming to an agreement, hearing some of the concerns from both sides in terms of where they may have agreed or they may have disagreed with the regulatory proposal at kind of we're considering now. I do feel like MOUs between VMRC and the industry and maybe some other parties that are involved here, especially on the Eastern Shore and Virginia Beach equities, is a good potential path forward and one that the administration could support, mainly because I really only think that you are going to get the buy-in and the success and the protection of the bay from the buy-in of all the folks here and the people that represent them in the industry, the recreational side, and these communities. So at this point, I appreciate the offer, and this is something that the administration would support, and we will work with y'all, and I can make that assurance to everyone here on the commission and everyone here in the room and online listening that this is a step forward. We see this as a step forward. That's an important thing to take. We were not okay with the status quo. That was not acceptable to us. We do view this as a step forward and something that we can produce positive results. It does mean more work, but like we've heard multiple people say here, and Pat Geary even said it himself, if people devoted this much time and resources into really looking at solutions, I think that we could make a lot of progress on this and a lot of other issues. So I can commit from the administration, and I'm going to sign Jamie and his team up from VMRC, that we will be supportive and we will work through this, and we will kind of come to the agreement and find a resolution for all parties. And I think this is potentially a good mechanism to do that as well, since there is a lot of concern, and we've heard it today, about an actual regulatory framework. That's always something that can be addressed in the future if this path does not work. So I appreciate it, and thank you, Commissioner.
If I can just clarify one more thing, this also doesn't create a memorandum of understanding or any sort of contractual agreement. It expresses support for those things, and it sort of expresses, I understand that this is what has happened, but it really has no legal effect. And I think we need to be really clear about that for procedural reasons.
I have a question for Mr. Headley.
Sure, Mr. France.
Mr. Headley, you were changing the dates, but were you going to just leave everything as it was?
As far as?
As far as the mile offshore and the mile?
No, sir. No, sir. It states in there, and I don't have my paper with me, but it states that they will work with the administration and VMRC and everything to come up with buffers that satisfy everybody.
Ms. Shannon, are you,
I'm typing it all up right now so I can get it up on screen. for
yeah, we'll
people
keep
to look.
talking a little bit. Thank you, Shannon.
Yep, no problem.
Mr. A.
Mr. Erskine, please.
So I appreciate, obviously, this was an interesting topic for many, and I appreciate all the comments that we've heard today, for and against. This is kind of a difficult issue, as we've heard, for the Eastern Shore, and there are representatives on the Eastern Shore here that I have a lot of respect for, and not only members the industry, but also those residents on the Eastern Shore that have been impacted. So the proposal that was on the board originally from the administration, I don't think addresses the issues we're talking about as far as fish spills and user conflicts. I don't agree with them because I don't think it actually will do something for fish spills if we're 1 nautical mile offshore. I think we heard from a couple of the commenters in the public that we have fish spills and emergency response plans that are being put in place. I think those are far more effective at actually addressing the problem and dealing with fish spills that are actually out in the water, as opposed to letting those fish spills get on shore. What we're talking about here is not actually requiring or being responsible or accountable for fish spills in the industry to go clean those up. So if there is a buffer, wherever that may be, there's no incentive for the industry to go out and clean it up. If they're 1.5 miles offshore, they can say, well, I don't have a responsibility to go do that. But if we have an emergency fish spill response system that is done through guidance that allows this commission to approve it, then we have something on record that says we have a way to clean up fish spills should they happen one in every 1,000 net sets. So I think we're actually doing a bit of a disservice to ourselves if we don't move in a direction to address fish spills and the reason we're here. So I appreciate there's a path forward, but I just think we're falling a little bit short of our responsibility if we don't address the issues at hand. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you. Mr. France?
Yeah, I just would like to make a statement before we decide to do anything. I do appreciate what Mr. Headley has come forth with, and I may be able to support that. But what we had at first, maybe setting a precedent for if somebody spoke earlier, it may have been JC, that, if this passes, then, somebody doesn't like, a group doesn't like aquaculture, then that's over with, or doesn't like where crab pots are or pound nets, then we get into all these things. And another thing that really concerns me is you may put a handicap in the bay on the bait fishery. Now, the bait fishery last year, the price of bait doubled. And if bait fishermen have to go out fish in areas where there aren't many fish, have to fish longer and harder, then our bait prices may go up again. And for crabbers, for cat fishermen, for recreational chummers, for people all up and down the East Coast, the Gulf states that use this bait, we will suffer greatly.
Mr. Tankard?
Well, being from the Eastern Shore, I had friends and family who were directly impacted by the fish spills, and they can tell you firsthand it's an ugly couple days dealing with that stuff. And these are good tax-paying citizens who applied these Virginia waters for 4 centuries. Many Eastern Shore people, both black and white, have enjoyed the bay for decades, and they see this what we are considering, the governor's consideration, as a step forward, as the secretary said, a good common sense step forward. And I just don't know how we can turn our backs on the Eastern Shore, its people. They've served this country, they've served the state. They deserve better than this.
Ms. Love?
Forgive me because this is taking me, I'm a little taken off guard, but, I appreciate Mr. Headley and the industry and their willingness to work together and come up with maybe something that is a step forward. However, I'm uncomfortable with the step forward that sort of doesn't have any regulatory force. Like Mr. Tankard said, these fish spills were a little dramatic on the Eastern Shore. And I appreciate that omega protein and the menhaden fishery is part of the fabric of the Commonwealth, I think someone said, but so too is the Eastern Shore and the people that live and work there on the water. I don't think that what was before us today was perfect. I don't know if it will address the fish spills, but I'm uncomfortable with doing nothing, and not that this is nothing, but I'm not comfortable with something that doesn't have a regulatory force. I know a lot of, I agree with what what AJ said about focusing on accountability for fish spills, for net spills. I think that is a path that we need to move towards going forward. But I think that as we work towards those things and move towards those issues, we need to have something in place that has some regulatory force. And so while I appreciate this suggestion, in my mind, this would be something to work towards, but I think we also need something with some regulatory force.
Mr. Branson?
Thank you, sir. I agree, Ms. Lust. The thing about the fish spills is I look at this as a risk issue, and the question is twofold: is what's the probability of an occurrence of a fish spill, fish kill? And that's very low, as we've heard, 1 point something in 1,000 net sets. But then there's the consequence of occurrence, and that's what I think the folks from the Eastern Shore and others have been talking to. It's pretty significant, and I applaud and thank the industry with some of the efforts with new skimming vessels and technology and response plans. That is all great, and it's much appreciated. But I think today, if this does not move forward, then we really came here to enact regulation. And if the proposals that the staff has presented here for our consideration aren't exactly what we want, then I would ask, Commissioner, that we look at them individually and perhaps we can craft something in these 3 regulations proposed that does meet with what we want. We have only literally twice a year that we're allowed to change the regulations as the Code of Virginia allows, and that's October and today. And I'd hate for us to miss an opportunity to move forward with something. I'm not sure what's proposed is the right something, but maybe we can craft it together and move forward with it than work off a resolution type event. I appreciate all the testimony today. It's been great. It's very enlightening and educational, and I've learned much from it. But I'd like to move more forward with regulation than with a resolution or a memorandum of agreement. Thank you, sir.
More comment? Currently, I only have one motion. We can clear that one if you guys want. I have nothing else. Matters before the commission. For Mr. Headley's motion, a memorandum of understanding, fishery agrees to not fish in state territorial waters inside the Chesapeake Bay on Saturday through Monday of Memorial Day and Labor Day. Fishery agrees not to fish in state territorial waters in the Chesapeake Bay on July 4th and the federally recognized holiday of the week. Fishery agrees to not fish in the state territorial waters inside the Chesapeake Bay on all Saturdays and Sundays between Memorial Day and Labor Day. The fishery agrees not to fish within 1/2 mile of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel as a measure of cooperation to minimize user conflicts with the recreational angling community. The fishery agrees to work collaboratively with Governor's Office and General Assembly members to address geographic buffers along the densely populated areas of the Eastern Shore of Virginia and the Chesapeake Bay and the Virginia Beach region. This motion was made by Mr. Headley and seconded by Mr. Kellum. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Can you raise your hands, please? 3, 4. Chair votes aye. All those opposed say no. No. 1, 2. Mr. Branson, France, Tankard, and Lusk are no. Motion passes. Thank you all for your time on that one, and appreciate everybody's comment. Randy, are you up, I guess, or? I'm sorry, you waiting on me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Commissioner, items 2A and items 2A, B, and C have been legally advertised, subject to our standard public interest review. They are unprotested and carry staff's recommendation for approval. In the interest of time, with your concurrence, I will forego reading them individually to you as they are already posted on the agenda. However, I can read them if you so desire.
Yes, please.
Okay. Item 2A, Shirley Crumley requests authorization to impact 900 square feet of non-vegetated tidal wetlands for the construction of a 150-foot-long riprap revetment adjacent to 598 Grass Creek Trail along the Mattaponi River in King and Queen County. You are acting today as the default wetlands board on that case. Tazewell County, item 2B, Public Service Authority is requesting authorization to install water and sewer lines beneath Indian Creek at one location and the Indian River at 3 locations to provide utilities to customers adjacent to U.S. Route 19 in Tazewell County. Staff recommends approval with the standard in-stream permit conditions and in-stream work time of year restriction from March 15th through July 31 and August 15 to September 30 of any year, and a freshwater mussel survey and relocation effort unless waived in writing by the Department of Wildlife Resources. And finally, item 2C, the Colonial National Historic Park is requesting authorization to install shoreline stabilization structures and clean sand plantings adjacent to Colonial Parkway near Felgates Creek Bridge along the York River in York County. The project components include 2 riprap revetments, 5 stone sills, 3 stone spurs, 1 stone breakwater with plantings and sand fill. The project will also install 16 temporary moorings and 2 temporary barge ports for construction access, and a temporary turbidity curtain will be installed as necessary.
Is there any questions for staff from the commission? Is anyone here in speak in support or opposition to any of these projects? These matters, items 2A, B, and C.
Motion to approve items 2A, 2B, and 2C.
Motion from Mr. Erskine, approved, second from Mr. Bomber. All those approved, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Carries. Mr. Stagg. All right, everyone, this is kind of an emotional point here. I wanted to give Mr. Stagg, Chief Stagg, the floor, as this appears to possibly be, I'm still not finished working on him yet, though, possibly to be his last commission meeting as he's retiring the 1st of January. And with much regret, I have to say that because it's definitely going to hurt. But Mr. Stagg, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I was going to do this after my case, but since you let the cat out of the bag, I'll start here. I did ask the commissioner yesterday at a staff meeting if I could have a point of personal preference, 2 minutes of the commission's time today. I thought after my page 3 item, but I'll do it now. I have decided to retire from the state Marine Resources. I filed my retirement paperwork, and in looking up my history, I always thought I started in 1979, but I actually started with the state in 1978 as a hourly employee with the Department of Transportation. I went on salary in April of '79, so that's when my retirement actually starts, because as you're an hourly employee, that doesn't count towards retirement. Anyway, in April of 1983, I came over to the Marine Resources Commission and have been here ever since. So according to my retirement papers, I've been with the agency 39 years and 7 months, and I was with the Highway Department for 4 years. So I think that's enough. Call it quits. I am planning to leave at the end of this month, so this is my last meeting. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I did want to thank the current commissioner and associate commissioners that are here. I've enjoyed working with all of you over the years, some of you longer than others. I appreciate all the past associate commissioners, and I've seen quite a few in my years here. I love this agency, and I've dedicated pretty much my whole career to this agency, and I hate to leave and all the people behind and the staff that's behind me. Couldn't get a better group of people to work with. And you may see me in the future in some other endeavor. It's hard to say, but possibly. But in any event, I just want to take this quick time to just thank you all. And I've enjoyed my service, and I hope I made the commission a little bit better place.
You absolutely did, sir. Thank you. Probably should have done this when the room was full, right? Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Jamie. So back to business. I assume you're ready for me to do my consent agenda item.
Yeah, now you're still on the clock right now.
I'm still on the clock. Yep. So you have before you a single consent agenda item. This is a joint permit application that's shellfish related, so the Shellfish Division now handles those instead of Habitat. This one's a little bit dated, and I'm going to explain a little bit why it's here. It's in your packet. But the actual application is Ballard Brothers Fish and Oyster Company, joint permit application number 2020-0132. And it is an after-the-fact request to retain previously installed 1,224 floating oyster cages over an existing lease that's controlled by the applicant in Cherrystone Creek in Northampton County. This request actually represents a relocation of existing operations that were previously authorized but were placed in a slightly different area than the previous permit, but over, again, a lease controlled by the applicant. The applicant has agreed to a civil charge of $2,000 and a triple permit fee in lieu of any further enforcement action and issuance of an actual permit should it be approved by the commission. We did subject this to our normal public interest review process, and we received no objections. So while the applicant did have a permit to install such enclosures, the placement was not within, at the time of the installation, the authorized area, but in a very close nearby location over existing leases controlled by the applicant. Since there were live shellfish already deployed, staff agreed to accept an after-the-fact application. Unfortunately, this application came in near the time of the retirement of the co-chief at the time of the Engineering Surveying Department, along with me, Hank Badger, and due to that anomaly, COVID, and a lot of other more pressing issues, then the applicant was not pushing to get this on an agenda. It's been delayed until this year, but I wanted to get it off my plate before I left. Commissioner will acknowledge I had 6 items on the agenda for this month, and this is the only one that made it, in trying to clear some things off my agenda. But in any event, this is the case before you. So my recommendation is, since there was no opposition received to our public interest review, we would normally have definitely approved. We did approve this application, but in a slightly different location. And the applicant has agreed to the civil charge and the triple permit fee. We do recommend approval with an annual royalty of $3,551.61. And the permit will have a condition of an appropriate bond based on the number of enclosures that has to be active during the entire life of the permit. I'd be happy to answer any questions. There is a representative here from Ballard Fish and Oyster Company.
Any questions for Chief Stagg? Ms. Husky? How are you doing?
Doing fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
Doing great. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Kim Husky, Cherrystone Aqua Farms, Ballard Fish and Oyster Company. Come before you today to apologize for this mishap. It was actually, ironically, a user conflict. Our field crew went out to deploy the floating cages on the permitted area. There's a crabber out there that says, hey, you're crabbing in my spot. So the field crew, not understanding that floating cages have to be placed specifically within the lease, moved the floating cages. He was used to working with clam nets and bottom cages and didn't understand. that it was important to stay in the footprint. So we do apologize. We are a big company, that we have made it clear now to our staff how the equipment needs to be deployed. We are in agreement with the fee, and we again apologize.
Any questions from the commission? Mr. Erskine?
I make a motion to approve page 3A item.
Second. Second by Mr. Minor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Do we need to close the council?
Good. Good afternoon, Commissioner, members of the commission. So before you today is a review of the Accomack County Wetlands Board decision. This decision was made on November 17th, 2022, on the subject of Baloo Marina VA LLC 22-2293. It was a proposal to fill tidal wetlands as part of a new bulkhead and revetment at property that's undeveloped adjacent to the Chincoteague Channel in the town of Chincoteague. Now, this overall parcel is at the southern end of Chincoteague Island. It's indicated by the left icon there on the map. Here's the mouse. Let me turn on my pointer. Right here. And then it zoomed in. So this is the former Captain Bob's Marina, is what it's commonly known by the locals up there. It was dredged out of the fastlands in the 1960s, fell into a state of disrepair, and is now being proposed for redevelopment in this current proposal. The portions of the project that fell into the Wetlands Board jurisdiction that are the subject of the hearing today are the bulkhead inside of the marina here. You'll see pictures of, and it's referred to as Section B, that will impact vegetated wetlands. And the entirety of this riprap and backfill on Section F, which is on the outer side of the marina facing the Chincoteague Channel. So this is inside the Marina Cove where this is the proposed slips, and then on the outside of the marina where they'll have upland development proposed. Cross-section of Section B is down here where you'll have a bulkhead placed. There are vegetated wetlands behind that bulkhead. I'll show you pictures in a second. And then Section F, I want to draw your attention, there'll be riprap placed in front of an old failing bulkhead, which you'll see in the next photo. Behind that failed bulkhead are additional wetlands, and you see the proposed grade will be 4.0 feet, so that would be converted to upland. So looking at the first pictures here on the left is the Section B. The proposed bulkhead alignment would be somewhere in front of this area. It was not staked out. But we do know that all these wetlands behind here would be lost and filled and converted to upland. This is the Section F where I mentioned the riprap would be placed in the channelward side, so in front of this existing failed bulkhead, and the wetlands behind this bulkhead, which are mixed both non-vegetated and vegetated wetlands, would be filled and converted to private upland use. Again, showing that same area of Section F, both non-vegetated wetlands on the channelward face of the bulkhead and mixed wetlands behind the bulkhead. The board had all these pictures as part of their presentation and attended some of the site visits. This is another view of Section F showing the interspersed vegetated wetlands with some debris and rubble. It's had a long history of this site, but it is all within the Tidal Wetlands Board's jurisdiction. And a final photo there of the vegetated area that has developed behind this old bulkhead. So I'm going to leave on this slide for just a second. The board had several discussions about this proposal. It was originally both staff and VMRC staff, the first point being the county staff, advised the board that this application was incomplete. One of the major issues is that this application did not quantify the amount of wetlands behind this bulkhead that was to be filled. The approval was subject to that being calculated and paid for in an in lieu fee, but it was unclear and it was not on the drawings where that was going to end up for private use. The agent and applicant did also not provide justification on why those wetlands needed to be filled. And if they were unavoidable, the board did not consider alternatives to the fill of these wetlands and why that riprap could not be placed at a different alignment that would not result in the loss of these wetlands. In Section B, which was the bulkhead inside the marina, the applicant and agent proposed that the bulkhead needed to be in that alignment so that a travelway could reach the outer portion of the uplands in support of the vacation cottages they would have proposed at this site. And no details were included on that in the JPA, but that was stated on the record. The board ultimately felt that those were appropriate justifications and chose to approve the application as proposed. So accordingly, after reviewing the merits of the project and discussion with staff, we reviewed the factors of 28.2.13.13, and we decided that we'd recommend the commission remand this decision back to the board for further consideration of alternatives and minimization of tidal wetlands losses. Staff believes that there are viable alternatives that would still allow the developer to reach their goals in this project but minimize the loss to the wetlands. We also recommend that the commission direct the board to not rehear this application until it's complete and the staff has the agreed to impacts on the amount of wetlands that would actually be filled. We also recommend that the county obtain comments from the VIM's Office of Advisory Services, which is standard for these types of applications, and that they agree on the jurisdictional limits of the wetlands. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I do not believe Accomack County is represented here today, nor is the agent.
Any questions from the commission? No questions. Is there anyone that would, here that wishes to speak on, for or against this matter? That being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
Honor moves to approve staff recommendations. Take a second.
Second.
And a second from Mr. France. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Pat, is the next one you? What item is next? Did we move that one here?
We did, but are you doing public comment prior?
Yeah, we'll do public comment first, to make sure. All right, now, everyone, if there's anyone here that wishes to speak during the public comment period, now is the time. Please come forward. Come forward, ma'am. Please, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Monica Sheneman, and it's been a long day, so I'm going to try to keep this short. Not in my truck the whole time waiting. I'm here for the oyster user transfer. Can I speak on that, or do I have to
No,
wait?
you gotta wait till that comes.
Okay.
That'll come up.
Sorry.
That's all right. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak during the public comment period? I guess we're going to item, next item.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, members of the commission. I am here to talk about Menhaden again. If you haven't gotten tired of hearing my voice or talking about Menhaden, you get a second round. So this is a completely different topic, however. This is a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-1270, which is pertaining to Atlantic Menhaden. And this is to establish a reciprocal quota transfer system between the Persane Menhaden reduction sector and the Persane Menhaden bait sector of the fishery. So this might sound familiar to you. We did discuss this back in June. I think Chief Gear actually presented this to you folks. So I'll go over just briefly the background and the issues and what we're doing here today. So just a quick bit of background. As you've heard, demand for Menhaden bait is very high coastwide, with Virginia's Menhaden Persane bait fishery providing bait for the blue crab fishery all up and down the coast from Delaware to Georgia. Back in 2021, our Persane bait sector met their quota very early in the season. And industry noted this and came to our Menhaden Management Advisory Committee and requested that that committee begin an evaluation of different paths to provide more quota to that sector. The MMAC voted to form a subcommittee of different members of industry, as well as myself, of the chair of that committee. And we deliberated the issue and came to some outcomes that you did hear back in June. So the subcommittee and the full MMAC did recommend that transfers of quota between the Persane reduction and the Persane bait sectors be permitted for the 2022 fishing year. They also did want to note that they'd like this practice to continue into the future, which is why I'm here today. This motion was approved by consent by both the subcommittee and the full committee. Back in June, the commission approved this language for the 2022 fishing year, and that was pursuant to the administrative code that we've been discussing quite a bit today, which is 201, which allows us to modify this regulation only October through December, but 210 allows us to do so as long as it's deemed an emergency. And this was deemed an emergency based on the fact that it was for the protection of the seafood industry. So a clause was placed into regulation that allowed these transfers to occur between these two sectors. However, it only allowed them to occur in the year of 2022. So due to the emergency nature of that specific clause, the action will sunset at the end of this year unless we modify regulation today. So this is kind of just a brief reminder of how our allocation comes to the state of Virginia and is divided up into sectors. So in 2022, and this will be modified, you guys will hear from me again early next year. In 2022, we receive a portion of the total allowable catch based off of a percentage that's given to us by the ASMFC through their Amendment 3. We just passed Addendum 1 to that amendment a few weeks ago, so there will be some modifications, which is why you guys will be graced with my presence again early in the year. Virginia's quota is then further allocated into 3 different sectors, which we've heard quite a bit on today, and that's based on average landings from 2002 through 2011. And those 3 sectors are the purse seine reduction sector, the purse seine bait sector, and the non-purse seine bait sector. So I wanted to give the board a quick update on the transfers that happened as a result of the action that they took in 2022. The transfers that the state received in 2022 were divided amongst our 3 sectors per regulation. However, the reduction sector signed an agreement saying that they would transfer all of their external quota that was received by Virginia from another state or jurisdiction to the purse seine bait sector. And you can see that additional amount of quota that was transferred as a result of that process in the chart at the bottom of your screen. The states are listed, how much they transferred to the state of Virginia, and then you can see the total and the 2 sectors that received quota from this process. The regulatory amendment that I'm bringing forward to the commission today allows the practice to continue if both sectors deem it amenable. Additionally, the MMAC committee did want to say that, we think that this is important in the event of an emergency. For example, if a bait vessel sinks or something happens to the reduction facility, this way there is an allowance between these 2 sectors to transfer quota to allow Virginia to fully utilize its quota in that way. The MMAC, the original subcommittee, and staff had supported these modifications to regulation to allow these transfers to continue between these purse seine sectors into the future. So, super simple change in front of you. So this is Section 30, subsection H specifically. As I mentioned, we put that clause into place that said just for 2022 that the commission would establish a reciprocal temporary transferable quota system. By striking the for 2022, this allows this practice to continue between these 2 sectors in perpetuity. And with that, staff recommendation is to amend Chapter 4 VAC 1270 pertaining to Atlantic Menhaden to establish a reciprocal quota transfer system between purse seine Menhaden reduction sector and the purse seine Menhaden bait sector of the fishery, and we have not received any public comment on this issue. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Erskine.
Thanks, Shannon. You mentioned that in 2022 you had the breakdown from the states and things like that, and that the reduction sector had transferred their quota from other states to the bait sectors, and that was done by letter in 2022. Is that going to be the same for moving forward, and is that letter something that VMRC has?
I think that's something that we can discuss. It hasn't been discussed just yet. I would say that MMAC is probably a good forum for us to have that discussion. I will say that there should be a very large increase in quota to both sectors, so we can see how that plays out. But no, we have not yet received a letter for 2023, but it's definitely something that I think that we can discuss.
Okay. Thank you.
further questions from Ms. Madsen? Thank you. Thank you. That being said, is there anyone that wishes to speak in support of this? Anyone want to speak in opposition?
Not opposition.
Come on up here. You're already sworn in. Just state your name for the
I haven't
record.
stood enough today yet. Thank you. No, the reduction industry fully supports this. This is a good move for Virginia to allow us to maximize the catch for the state.
Can you say your name
Oh,
for the record?
Monty Deal.
Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Deal? Thank you. All right, that being said, matters before the commission.
I make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second. A motion by Mr. Headley and a second by Mr. Minor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. All right, I think we're on our last item now, aren't we? What?
Good afternoon, Commissioner, member of the commission.
Good afternoon.
Minute here to set up. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to be relatively brief, but still provide the background information so folks can make an informed decision up there. With that, go ahead and get started here. So this is a public hearing. This is a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 720-10 pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest to modify the transfer of eligibility to pay the oyster resource user fee as described in Clause 2 of subsection A of the Code of Virginia regarding transfer to non-relatives and regarding requests of documented medical hardships or active military relief. So I'll go over the issues and then I'll provide some background and get into the proposed regulatory changes. So the issue at hand is currently that some participants in the oyster fishery and holders of the oyster user fee license that allows participation in this fishery. So in order to participate in the oyster public fishery, you have to pay this user fee, are not currently able to transfer their eligibility to pay this user fee under current regulation to non-family members. So under current regulation, unless you have 40 days of harvest history on the previous calendar year, you can only transfer your license to a direct family member. Additionally, under current regulation, some individuals who have passed away or have become ill have not been able to meet current regulatory requirements for the transfer of this eligibility. So the commission may remember that some months ago there was a case that came before the commission where someone had unfortunately passed away tragically, and in previous calendar years they'd had that 40 days of harvest, but not in the immediate one. As a result, they weren't able to transfer that license. And at that commission meeting, staff was directed to work on some regulatory changes that could address issues such as that. So now I'll go over some background on a little bit as of the sort of current status of the fishery. I'll be brief on that, but when we're talking about any regulatory changes that may impact the amount of fishing effort, it's always good to sort of keep where we are in terms of the status and the current effort in the fishery in the back of our minds going forward. So right, what you're looking at here, I'll be brief on this slide. A lot of folks have seen the truncated version of this, but this is a public and private oyster harvest in the state of Virginia going all the way back to 1957-58 time period, all the way through today. What I wanted to highlight in this slide is that beginning in the 1960s, oyster harvest and oyster harvest effort has really fluctuated up and down for a number of years, but is generally sort of tracked lower over this time period. And you can see it sort of reached a low point there in the 90s and into the early 2000s. Coinciding with this record low harvest you see there was when the commission sort of intensified its replenishment and restoration efforts as well as allowing in the 2005 to 2010 period new fisheries management techniques, including harvest rotations and the introduction of the hand scrape into the fishery, as well as instituting light replenishment directly on harvest areas. Most of these areas prior to those changes were open to hand tonging and patent tong only when you're looking back in the 57, 58 timeframe, but from that 2005 timeframe period onward is really when the fishery became dominated predominantly by the hand scrape and dredge gear with some hand tong and patent tong harvest. So this is sort of the modern harvest that's based on that management strategy, the harvest rotations and the hand scrape fishery. So a little history on the user fees. By 2014, when you really see this harvest at its most recent high, this is when the commission realized at that time that there was a lot of effort getting into this fishery. It wasn't limited at that time. The gears were very efficient, the hand scrape, and there wasn't any limited. People could just get into the fishery when it was good. And what was happening is a lot of people would be fishing in early October and in November. The resource would get worked down, and those folks would drop out of the fishery, and the folks who were dependent on that harvest would have to sort of scrape it out through the rest of the winter. So at that time, the commission began considering taking the current harvest restrictions into account. And again, that management strategy worked. We saw a lot of the resource recover. The fishery survived, and the resource has been improving up until that point, and it's been continuing to improve since that point. But again, over the last number of years there, we have seen a relatively stable amount of effort in the fishery. So what you're looking at here, it's a little bit of a busy graph, but on the top is the number of people eligible to pay that oyster resource user fee that was fully implemented there in about 2016. And the eligible number is on the top, that blue line there, right here. What you're looking at in red is the number of user fees sold. And what you're looking at in this green line here is the number of people active in that fishery. So that number of active participants in the fishery has hovered between that 300 and 400 time period. There was right around here a reduction in terms of the number of user fees that could catch a limit on hand scrape boats and patent tong boats, and that coincided with that decrease. But over recent years, it's hovered right around that 40 to 50% of the people who can fish are currently fishing. The current regulatory requirement, or sort of target that we have in regulation right now, if left unchanged, is that once we reach 600 individuals, so that's that top number in red right there, then folks could enter into the fishery through lottery. So right now, based on the number of folks that we have, we're still over 700 people are eligible, and that target that's currently set in regulation is 600. But of those people that are currently eligible, only less than half are actually actively participating in the fishery. So all those other folks really are just holding on to that license. They can't transfer it, but they are paying that user fee every year, which helps support the fishery. What we're seeing with is at that same time that we have seen those harvests go up, the good news on the resource side is the resource has also been increasing over that same 2000 to current time period. So right now, we're actually in a good state in the fishery where the current restrictions on harvest and the rotational strategy and replenishment strategy are working. And we're seeing that the oyster population is going up and harvests are staying stable or increasing. So the limiting factor right now in terms of the amount of harvest isn't how many oysters there are, it's how long of an oyster season we have and how high the bushel limits are. So that's generally the limiting factor in the amount of oysters harvested isn't like it used to be the number of oysters, it's how long the commission allows the fishery to go and the level of bushel limits. So for reference, this is the code section that describes this user fee, so 282541. And I'll get into what the recommendation is. So after taking this to SMAC, again, this is just the target there, the current regulatory section. After taking this to SMAC, SMAC did develop a number of recommendations. So we had a number of meetings after that last commission meeting, and SMAC developed a number of recommendations to provide for some of those exceptions that would come up, such as military transfers or sudden deaths. The SMAC recommendations included, these are the SMAC recommendations that were voted on unanimously by the 8 members at SMAC that were present at that meeting, were to allow transfer for military obligations to non-family members without the 40 days or more of harvest history in the previous year. So if you got military orders, you could transfer your license to a non-family member. There was a medical exception proposed by SMAC that if you had a sudden illness, you would have had to have a medical, you would have had to have 40 days of harvest history in one of the previous 2 calendar years. So that would cover sudden illnesses. So if you are a full-time waterman, you're fishing, you suddenly get sick, but you'd had 40 days in the past, you could transfer your license before. There was keeping the family, direct family member that's currently in regulation. And then for a sudden death, to be similar to the medical transfer, if you've had that 40 days and you suddenly passed away, but you'd had that 40 days in one of the last 2 calendar years, then you could also transfer that license. And then the SMAC also recommended that individuals over 70 years or older, so they're eligible for that discounted waterman's card, it's sort of a clear dividing line, would be eligible to transfer their user fee to anyone without any 40 days or harvest history if they had paid that user fee for the 5 previous consecutive years. But SMAC recommended that there be a cap placed on that at 50 oyster user fee transfers per calendar year. And again, this was the unanimous recommendation at the September 28th meeting of SMAC. After internal discussions with senior management, it was determined that the majority of the intent to ease regulatory restrictions in most of the cases that come to staff and the commission and that were addressed by the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee recommendation could be accomplished by allowing any person who has paid the oyster resource user fee to transfer eligibility to a non-family member if they have paid the fee for 5 consecutive calendar years. In addition, it was determined that clarification on the approval of medical and military exceptions was needed, and both changes are reflected in the regulatory language that you're seeing here. So the current proposed change would get rid of that 40 days requirement and make the requirement that you have paid that oyster user fee in the 5 previous consecutive calendar years. These proposed changes may lead to an increase in harvest effort, as many of those eligible to pay that oyster resource user fee. So again, only 46% of the people recently are actually fishing. The other 54% are just holding on that user fee. And if they'd paid it for more than 5 years, they'd be able to transfer it. So there is some concern that that would increase harvester effort. And it's likely that any transfer to a non-family member would be for sale, and that would likely be someone who wants to participate in the fishery. And there were some folks at SMAC and other members that felt that, again, we don't regulate on the value of a fishery license, we regulate on the value of the fishery, felt that that may devalue the license for those full-time watermen who do have that 40 days harvest history. So those were some of the concerns that were discussed in general in making these changes. Again, there's the regulatory language on the transferability regarding military and medical, but the staff recommendation is to make those changes, not the SMAC recommendations, but to make that change to allow for the transfer of the oyster user fee if the individual has paid the previous 5 calendar years has paid that user fee. So that's a staff recommendation. It's adopting amendments as shown previously to Chapter 4 VAC 2720-10 pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest to modify the transfer of eligibility to pay the oyster resource user fee as described in Clause 2 of subsection A of Section 28.2.541 of the Code of Virginia regarding transfers to non-relatives and regarding requests of documented medical hardships or active military leave. I do have some additional slides if there's any questions on number of people participating or anything like that, I'd be glad to.
What was the last
slide?
There's one right there. What is that? Okay. This is the military hardship one.
Right, this would allow that, just to clarify, this wouldn't allow a transfer based on that. It would allow the commissioner in consultation with Shellfish Management Division to make the call on whether that person could purchase that user fee if they did not transfer it.
Mr. France?
Yeah, Andrew, thanks for that presentation. If this passed, how many active licenses could be sold, and how much pressure would that put on the industry? I mean, you're looking at increasing us from 300 to what, maybe?
We did sort of a sort of running spreadsheet on that math, and up to, I believe, over 600 people would now be eligible to pay that user fee, or to transfer it if that 40 days requirement. So every year it gets to be a little bit more, but in 5 years, I'll put the numbers up in front of me, so I'm just knocking off the cuff. So the folks that were currently eligible to pay that user fee right now is 767. If they all continued to pay it, that many more people 5 years from now could get into it. And not all of those people are still in the fishery, but over basically almost 50% more people could get into the fishery without that requirement if it just went to that 5 years of having paid it in the past.
So that could double our fishery.
That's correct.
And a fishery now that's we're on the brink of prices dropping and too many oysters almost now.
I just had a question. Mr. Button, the 43% that you said were active, is that according to your 40 days of working, or that's any amount of activity in the fishery?
That's any amount of activity. So the others are zeros. In terms of the number eligible to transfer, there are 330 people currently this year who are eligible to transfer that license, who have that 40 days of harvest history.
Okay. Thank you.
Out of the roughly 767, so.
Ms. Kellum?
On the medical exemption, if I were to read it here, it seems like the individual would have had 40 days or more the previous 2 years, but when you were speaking, you said one of the previous 2 years.
There is, under the current proposal, that was the SMAC recommendation, was to allow that transfer without any 40 days. Right now, there would be no exception for military to transfer, only to buy that license if, say, military orders prevented them from buying that. So that's the current proposal.
And that's for medical, I meant medical if I said.
Oh, for medical? That will also be the case for medical, is there would be no exception other than if that person had been in the fishery already for 5 years, then they could transfer it. Yep.
Thanks.
Mr. Headley?
Your 5 years, does the 5 years have to have 40 days within the 5 years, or this license has not been transferred within 5 years period? No days, the days doesn't matter.
The current proposal is, staff recommendation is that the 40 days goes away, and the only requirement to transfer to a non-family member is having paid the oyster resource user fee for the past 5 consecutive calendar years. So no 40 days, you just have to have paid into the fishery for the last 5 years is.
And that's staff recommendation now?
That is the current staff recommendation.
Mr. Erskine?
Can I just ask one more question? Did I hear you say something about you capped it at 50 transfers, no more than 50 transfers in a calendar year?
That was the SMAC recommendation, so the SMAC recommendation is not the staff recommendation.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Just one quick clarification. The staff proposal also says this would be effective January 1, not the rest of this month. So there wouldn't be a mad rush of transfers right at the end. But after January 1, there could be a mad rush, but I just want to make sure that was clear. That's in the very beginning of the regulation, where the effective date, but I want to make sure you're all clear on that.
Mr. France?
Andrew, do you have any idea what industry would think of this many people coming into the industry, the oyster industry all at once?
I guess I don't have a direct something to say on that, but I know in the past, folks have been concerned, and that's why the industry was supportive of the measures that we took in the past, so it would probably be mixed. I'm sure it would depend, I guess, on how many people came into that fishery, too. I doubt 300 people would jump in all at once, but if 50 people a year did, as right now, about 20 to 30 people are getting out and started going the other way, it would really depend on what the resource could sustain, what types of gear were being used, and all of that. But it would definitely likely mean more oysters coming in.
So, get my last 2 cents worth. I know SMAC had a cap of 50, I mean, you could modify the staff's recommendation here to accept this language, but put a yearly cap on it. So no more, than so many could be transferred per year, and then it cuts off. I mean, that's a possibility.
Follow-up, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Frank.
I almost lost train of my thought now, but, okay. How would you feel, and the grounds that open and stuff, could they sustain these extra people coming in? I mean, that's a big question there.
Again, it's hard to say. Historically, there were a lot more people in the fishery, but they were fishing with less efficient gear types. So if everyone was hand tonging and patent tonging, and all the areas that are now hand scrape were, that would be the 1950s when we saw those harvest numbers coming. If we went back to 2014, that would be what would be happening in the next 2 to 3, 4 years if we got 30, 40, 50 more people a year, and that's what caused us to put the harvest controls that we have in now. So that was when we had 120 boats working in an area. If we had that much more effort, likely the resource and our replenishment levels couldn't keep up, and we'd start seeing it go down, or it might come up and down depending on spat sets, and it would be much less consistent. So right now we're in that place where even if we do have a bad year or two with the rotation setup, the replenishment that we're doing, likely with current effort, the fishery isn't going to go up and down. It's going to sort of gradually work its way up. But if we went to more effort, it would be similar to Maryland's fishery, where they'll have these big spikes in harvest after a good spat set and then sort of a crash. So you'd likely see that start to happen if we managed a less restrictive fishery.
Mr. Hadley.
One more question. You say at the end of it with the commissioner and Shellfish's recommendations or agreement, consultation. What happens if y'all disagree? Who's got the final say?
That would ultimately be the commissioner would basically.
Disagree, he calls the shots.
Right.
Would that
We would
be-
recommend, and one of the reasons to clarify this was the current regulation, the way you read it, would be the commission. We'd have to come, technically, we believe this is the way it's always should have been done. Previous commissioners have, in consultation with fisheries, done medical hardships and stuff. And the commissioner just approved it. I believe in the Shellfish Division, and Andrew, I think, agrees with me, that the way the regulation's written, we don't want to have to bring every one of these to y'all and explain this hardship case to you. We believe we have the expertise to do that internally. And we want to clarify here that we don't have to bring them to the commission. Internally, kind of how we've been doing them, maybe it wasn't quite kosher with the regulation, that we do it internally. And because I have the Shellfish Division, I kind of insisted that I kind of wanted some input from our division for this, because we regulate this, and it used to be in fisheries when Andrew was under fisheries. But the commissioner would have the final authority, and that's what we want to clarify here. Is he'd have the final say. We'd give him all the info and give him our opinion, and he may not agree, and that's fine.
I do just want to also add that under 28.2.216, any decision of the commissioner, they can request a hearing before the commission. What this would do is just make it so that they don't have to bring every single one, but it doesn't preclude them from, if they want it to be reviewed by the commission, they can ask for that.
Shellfish could.
No, the applicant, the individual.
Any
Yeah.
commission
They were
decision,
denied,
or
they could
commissioner
bring it before
decision
the
could be
commission.
appealed
Yes.
to.
Yes.
For a full board. They could appeal it, basically.
And that's sort of what happened with those last medical ones, is that wasn't in regulation. By regulation, only the full commission could reverse that, and that's why they came to you. This just clarifies what we're already doing. So if there was something contrary to regulation, that would still, and someone wanted to go against it, that would still come to the full commission.
questions from the commission? Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in support of this? You raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Monica Shinneman, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Terry Barrett and Miss Alice Bueller. They weren't able to come today. I was fortunate enough to be the person who got Miss Bueller's license, who came before the board, and her son had passed away. It was quite a journey I had with her. It was an emotional journey, and she very much appreciates the fact that she was allowed to sell it, but the process to her was just horrendous. So I'm in support of, hopefully you can just make that easier for people who have those deaths to not have to come before you and worry whether or not it's going to be passed if they can sell their license to somebody who's not a family member. Mr. Terry Barrett tried to sell his license under a medical situation. March of 2021, he went in for a surgery, oystered that day, went in surgery the next day, and hasn't been able to get back since. He's learning how to walk again, and I'm not going to go into a whole bunch of detail on that, but he did try to transfer, and it was denied. So I'm hoping that with the medical, we can come to some kind of an agreement to allow people to be able to sell. This guy was an oysterman. He should have been able to sell it. He was in a situation where he was in the hospital for months and is learning to walk again. He shouldn't be denied that, right to be able to sell or have to come before the board. So I'm hoping we can adjust that type of thing. And as far as worrying about all these people coming into the industry, at what point are we going to start wanting people to be able to migrate? I remember one of the meetings I heard Mr. Kellum say, let's get these young guys in, because 10 years down the road, we're not going to have anybody to get any oysters from, regardless of the resource, because they're going to slowly fade away. So we got to we're closer to a point of the target number is 600. We're pretty darn close to that, right? So I'm hoping that we can just make it easier for people to get into the industry, and people who have spent their whole lives and all their money to be able to sell it and move on. And that's pretty much what I have to say.
Any questions? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Is there anyone in opposition would like to speak? I don't see the staff in the room now. Any questions for Andrew Button, the commission?
I've got one
Mrs.
more
Cowell?
question. Mr. Barrett that she mentioned, I had emailed you about previously, and pretty unique situation, and he was not able. It was pretty disappointing what he had to go through and what he still is going through. What does this do for a situation like that when he's already been denied?
I believe if he still has his oyster user fee and has paid it the 5 consecutive years, in his situation, he would have been able to transfer. I'm not sure if he has purchased his user fee in 2022 or not. If he has, I believe Mr. Barrett has that 5 years of history, and he would be able to transfer his license. But if he'd only purchased it for 3 years, or had transferred into it, or had done something where he didn't have it, then the proposed regulation wouldn't allow that medical transfer. The SMAC recommendation of that 2 years, if you'd had 40 days, might have. It sort of depends on the case. So this is more general, whereas that was more specific to cases such as that came up. But that's not the current recommendation before us.
So is there a way in a medical situation like that doesn't fit for the commissioner to have authority to make that decision?
It would take some regulatory language to make, but we could write it into regulation that the commissioner, that would allow basically the commissioner to make calls on medical exceptions for transferability versus maintaining that, being allowed to purchase that user fee. So that's not currently what's proposed. There is a way that one could do that in regulation.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Franks.
Andrew, you said that somebody could sell a license if they had just 5 years of paying their user fee. No activity at all?
That would be the case under the current staff recommendation, yes.
Any more questions? Thank you, Andrew. Matters before the commission. Mr. France?
Yeah, I would make a motion that, I agree with everything up here except the 5 years with no history at all. I would like to see at least 3 years of those 5 have some kind of history. We could work in something for medical hardships and military hardships, being able to sell a license, but, in 40 days, within 2 years, you could sell your license. But if we passed it where anybody with no activity for 5 years could sell their license, all the oystermen that I know would be standing on their heads because this would be lost revenue and lost days of work for them. I'm almost positive of that.
So, what was the final motion? Did you make a motion on that one?
Yep, it's a motion, but the only thing that changes is you have to have 3 years of some kind of activity of those 5 in order to sell a license. I'm not saying 40 days or anything, just 3 years of showing some activity.
Any activity? I mean, we got to put it.
5 years.
Within the 5 years, 3 years in those 5 years showing activity. with
We're
a license.
probably gonna need to define what activity.
Yeah.
Oyster activity.
Well, yeah,
Catching
but
oysters.
are we talking planting, are we talking
No, we're talking.
holding a lease, are we talking?
This.
And how many days?
This,
Just
we're
types.
talking about the public fishery here, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so it would be
Okay,
3 days of harvest, 3 years of some kind of harvest in those 5 years.
okay. Harvest.
Yeah, harvest activity.
Okay.
So, just to sort of clarify, that language could read something similar to, has documented by mandatory reporting and buyer's reports, harvest activity in 3 of the previous 5, at a minimum of 3 of the previous 5 calendar years, and paid the oyster resource user fee described in 28.2.541 of the Code of Virginia for the past 5 consecutive calendar years.
Sounds good, yeah.
Not necessarily consecutive, but
Right.
just 3 years of the 5. Okay.
Oyster harvest, and that's oyster harvest.
That's oyster harvest, yeah.
Mr. Headley?
I got I don't know, I guess a question and a statement about that. My father passed away in June. He had his leg amputated, say, 12 years prior to that. For the last 4 years, to my knowledge, he didn't oyster at all. Paid the user fee and the whole 9 yards. So a license that my father has held since it came out is no good to anybody other than my mother or my sister, which would not use it, period. The way that is said, we can't do anything with that license.
I believe so. I mean, unless that case was brought before the commission and they did something contrary to their own regulation,
That
or
would be considered a medical hardship.
But there's still, the medical hardship is still under 40 days.
For the 2 years?
Yes. This is a death with no report, well, to my knowledge, not working, he might have, but to my knowledge, he didn't. But like I said, that license is no good for anything now. Under Mr. Francis' motion.
I couldn't say without looking at it specifically, but it sounds like what you described, that may be the case.
Yeah.
Mr. Erskine?
We don't have a second on the motion yet, is that right?
No, we're just discussing the motion that he made with 3 out of 5 years' activity, is that correct, Bing?
That's right.
Everything else the same, but of the 5-year consecutively buying your user fee, 3 of them last 5 had to show some
It
activity.
doesn't have to be 40 days or anything, just
Just activity.
I'll second it for discussion, and then I have a question.
All right, second it for discussion.
I'll
I'll turn it right back over to you for question then.
Thank you, sir. So any activity means 1 day of work or anything more, 1 or more, is that right? Any
Yes.
activity?
Any activity at all?
In any of the 3, 5, out of the 5 previous years, any of the 3? Not consecutive, just
Right.
any 3?
That's how I took it, I mean, because
Yeah,
I didn't hear a number, a specific
Right,
number.
right, that's the way I meant it.
All right.
Okay.
So any activity at all under that reported reported.
Oyster harvest.
Oyster harvest.
Okay.
Under that user fee, 3 of the previous 5 consecutive years, but they also would have had to have buy the user fee the whole 5 years if they missed a year. But am I correct in saying if you don't buy your user fee, you're not eligible for it next year? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So if you have it, unless you just transferred it to yourself. Mrs. Callum?
I still have a problem with, in the situation, like Mr. Headley's, a death in the family, there has to be another option. I mean, and it's really not fair to ask someone in that position to have to come here before us when they're already suffering as it is. And there are other people in our area right now that are going through that situation. I do have a problem. We need to fix that.
I did receive some calls on this for the record. One of them, it was an individual that is going through an illness, which I spoke with in the Northern Neck one day, and they have their license, they have the days to transfer it, but they're hopefully optimistic that they're gonna get over this very serious illness, and they won't have their days if they hold the license for a couple of years and they survive the treatments. The license won't have the days on it, so they're very concerned. The individual was very concerned that I don't want to sell my license if I pass or get to the point where I can't work. They're very optimistic they're going to get better. They're praying every day to get better, and the odds are not in their favor. They're fighting very hard, and so they were like, "I'm paying $300 and some or whatever the price of it was, and if this fight is longer than I predicted, then I'm gonna fight myself out of eligibility of transfer if I can't wind up getting back on my feet." That's basically what they told me.
And
I would say that if there's a way we can work the language in there as a friendly amendment to the standing motion, then let's try and do that. If there's a way to write that in. I'm not that learned on this piece of legislation enough, but I'm certain that amongst the commission and staff, we could probably come up with some language and amend that to take care of that kind of hardship.
Yeah, I'm sure staff, can review these on a case-by-case basis, and if it's something in question, I would let the individuals be able to appeal to the commission, which they can do, I think. Council just told us that.
They can. What I will say, though, is in order for it to be a legal delegation, so essentially what you're doing with this regulation is delegating your authority to approve these transfers to staff. And anytime any legal body is delegating authority, they have to put guidelines on it. They can't just say, you figure it out. So whether that's, for instance, in 1205, right, it doesn't tell you, you can only approve in these particular situations. It's like, well, you have to consider adjacent property and water quality and that sort of thing. So it doesn't have to be as specific as this, in terms of like the numbers and years and that sort of thing. But there does need to be criteria.
Can't just give the commissioner the permission, the authority to rule on it?
You can, as long as you say you can rule on it after considering these factors.
So I'm trying to write this down best I can. Mr. France, it's not been real easy. I do have the any activity 3 of the 5 years. I've got that down.
And the other with the medical and the
If that was as
military, it's fine.
But that's as recommended. That one's already. But the only modification so far is the activity 3 to 5. That's the only modification we're discussing currently. Is that correct?
It's only been motioned and seconded.
Seconded, right. That's what but he wanted it for further discussion on his second.
Now we're looking for a friendly amendment where we can work these medical issues out.
I'm all ears.
I could do the medical issue if you took the 40 days off of it. Somewhere, we have to take the day restriction off somehow. Your 5 years without days did it to begin with. He made a motion or amended it to have at least 3 years worth of work. But somewhere we need to get the days off because, say Mr. Barrett, for instance, it's been over a year and he has no days. and he can't get back on the water, I mean, he's used that license for a long time. It ought not be something that he throws out the window.
I think under my understanding of the current modification is that in Mr. Barrett's case, he has at least 3 years of harvest history, so at least one day of oyster harvest in the fishery in the last 5, so he would be able to transfer it. So that's the current recommendation. I'm not sure.
But that's only one person.
That's correct.
Yes.
I'm not sure in your case if the individual has any harvest history at all in the last 5 years. Are you saying they do or they don't?
I don't think my dad did. And I'm not trying to get rid of his license right this second, but that is a valid point. That happens every day. So I think we need to address that.
Got a second to the 1 day every 3 of every 3 of the last 5 years. I don't have anything else. Are we still discussing this? Ms. Kellum?
Is there any way to make an amendment in addition to Mr. France's motion to allow the commissioner in certain situations to have the authority to make that decision? Certain medical and situations of death in the family.
You can, it can be a friendly amendment, but you have to define what the certain circumstances are.
Death, well, she said death, or what else was the other thing?
Certain medical situations that don't qualify, or in the case of death.
Well, but how does he decide whether he approves it or not? So again, referencing 28.2.1205 is a perfect example of legal delegation. You know, the commission shall approve as long as it complies with the public trust doctrine and you know, the public benefit or the public harm outweighs or whatever.
Could we say death or medical issues and has had their license for at least 5 years and paid their user fee?
If that's the standard you want, yeah.
Yes.
That would work.
All right, did somebody write that down? Are we on Menhaden or oysters? I done forgot.
I think it
I'll let
was.
Ms.
I think it was death, medical.
Then you make that amendment.
You have to make the friendly amendment. He has to accept it,
Right.
and it has to be seconded.
Paid last 5 years and just remove the.
If she has it.
It sounds like we're just removing the activity requirement in the case of death or a medical hardship.
Right. In the case of death or medical hardship,
Okay.
you've had to have paid your user fee and had a license for 5 years.
Okay.
If he accepts her amendment, I second it.
You accept it?
Yeah, I accept.
Yep, seconded by Mr. Headley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Unanimous. Man, that was awesome. Good job, guys, on that last one. We were trying to turn it into Menhaden. Good job. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, guys. That being said, thank you, everybody, for everything today. I know it's been crazy. Vin Stagg, thank you once again for everything you've done for the Commonwealth. See you guys on January 24th, 2023.